Does anybody know what the code is for paranormal hood? They're talking about women's vaginas and clitorises. You got a couple fools here, which are in collusion. You got the white militant wigger and the token brother. Oh yeah, dude does hits, Mr. Hood, and then Scrappy Doo, he rolls the joints. But that's really not important, and my name is Suze. This is all about connecting fools. And we're going to have a party tonight because it's fucking Friday, motherfuckers. So, thanks to the Fair Use Act of 1976, which strictly prohibits gang stalking and bullshit. And we're teaching about technology and how they fake their lives. I mean, these two dumbasses are too stupid to dirty delete, but, you know, Channer plays a different game, and we're waiting on him. And they're talking about Channer, and I thought this was a perfect time to hop on the phone when the two people just booked out, because now it's on. We'll give it a big thumbs down. We're waiting for Channer to show up. His chicken ass. What do you boys think? You're fans of the blue chicken cult, remember? I mean, you worship them. And Channer was wanting to suck dicks last night, y'all. Let me get my stand. Channer was talking about all the dicks that he was going to suck and how he likes it. So these are two of his dickhead friends that he got involved in this collusion. And that's why they're pissed at me, because these are a couple narcs that smoke pot and do way worse things. Isn't that sickening? I mean, doesn't that just make you want to throw a beer can at their head? They're just the warm-up. I mean, because they're the fucking geniuses. See, they don't have the proper intent to imbibe marijuana and just crap up the internet. But they're playing on the thing that, well, since I am a known marijuana user, that I must be as guilty and deranged as they are. That gets on my last nerves. Everybody's an individual. And these two boys are contagious, so they share their blunts together and exchange the mind virus. You know, you're supposed to have social distancing. These two dumbasses sit on a couch together, both contagious, and say, fuck it. Since we're both sick, let's get everybody else sick. Oh, you know, this computer has something to do with viral infections. Debunk it. Prove it wrong. Because that's why everybody is kind of losing their marbles. Where the fuck is Channer? You think he's on the toilet taking a shit? Hey, you made the loser awards tonight. I don't know if I mentioned that. Let me get my official artwork here, because we've been tweeting out all the people that get my loser award today. See, this is my content. Why? Because you're in collusion and harassing me. You've harassed me on your own public comments, and they already know it. So you just keep on keeping on. Don't you ever say you have actual content. All you got is co-conspiracy, premeditated scripts, psychological operations, slander, libel, attempted murder, virtual gang stalking. I mean, how many things do we need to get Judgy Wudgy up here? Well, you get it? You're gonna get it. Because you just won't stop. And you know what? You're really not the paranormal website either. Oh, there's a lot of lawsuits in the air. In there, I would really like to get this in the shot. I really would, because I made the Loser Awards. Thus, this is my show, my intellectual property, and me defending myself in the court from hell. Now, Channer doesn't like that because I came honestly to the court. And for some reason, my evidence stands so concise that they will look at my video proof. Because that way, they can admit they've been watching everybody's video proof. And it's more the rat trap in the Matrix. And I am the hostess with the mostest, your buddy Susanna. And these fucktards are trying to kill everybody. Hey, how can this be an old video and they keep showing about CW showing up? Oh, bless your heart, Hiru. Welcome and many blessings to you and yours. I'm trying to get my shit up, baby. Don't mind me. Should be exciting. CW Stupid has been slam dancing himself up the wall, harassing me since I have made my appearance back on the stage, which is to be mine, Hiru. But these fucking worms stand here in my way because everybody thinks it's funny. And I've got bigger fish to fry. We got 9-foot tapeworms. Oh, PNR audiobooks. Welcome to the Loser Awards. I'm not the loser. I made the board that illustrates the Loser Awards. See how that goes? I know you know all about me, Adam, because there sure is a lot of books going on, isn't there, my friend? And then these tubby bitches didn't know their witness was implicating them in a collusion because they didn't tell the story right because they're fucking retarded. Hiru, I never left the throne. They keep fucking ignoring me and acting like I'm not real. They say I'm dead. What do you say? You think I'm dead?
To this video.
Oh.
How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing well. A little light reading, I see.
He already knows.
I'm happy to see you reading my novel.
He knows what we're doing. This ain't your novel, Tubby.
What'd you think about the end? Did you get there yet? Hurry up and get to the end, because I need to know if I don't want to ruin it. But
tag Final Destination for these ass wipes. That was a great horror movie. I mean, I get to say what movies I like, right? I mean, I get an opinion in the Emmy Awards.
Welcome to Friday Night with CW Chanter talking about part 2 of our...
Let's talk about your sexual transmitted disease results.
Dark journalist interviewing Roger
I'd rather
Stone.
talk about that.
What a bunch of self-serving
because you keep fucking people on the internet
I'm calling
and giving them space herpes. Why do you think I made that name? Space herpes and hashtag it. Y'all are fucking the most vile, infected group of worms I've ever seen in all my born days. You dickheads been playing with me all day? Hey, it takes two
no big deal.
to initiate a sequence, and you bitches are coming against me because I got a new friend that knows what's up. So fuck off. I know what this is about.
Here we go.
You guys shouldn't be listening into my transmission.
You know, it's funny. I said on part 1 that I would be given this little kind of...
Go ahead.
Boilerplate front piece to all the segments of the Roger Stone interview analysis. Hey, Reeves with the donation.
Oh, look, he's talking about Your Honor.
Now more
This
than
is
ever,
Channer's
the donations help.
more
For people who don't know,
confessions
I've
from the
been
invisible
sued
court. Oh, yeah, you've been served,
by
bitch.
the one and only Corey Good.
It's not Corey Good.
Good.
That's a stage name. Look, I done told you, Tubby. It's called an alias, a stage name. We're looking for real names on birth certificates. You call it a straw man to hide. But guess what? It's your legal name, doo-doo-doo-doo.
get involved.
And since we're talking about amendments here, it's all about your legal name versus a lawyer's legalese to lie. Tag it.
Sorry, no big deal, no big deal. You know, I actually had a front end piece to this where I was going to talk about Dr. Joseph P. Farrell and kind of
There we go.
his latest news and views
Joseph
on the
Farrell's
fire.
old news. He likes to
But
talk
I
about
think we could do that
Magdalene.
in a different
That's
way.
why he brings
Again,
up
we'll
Joseph
talk a little bit
P.
later.
Farrell.
We don't want too much.
Thank you, Hero.
time to go to waste.
Confirmation of spirit, isn't it?
But you know, in my last video, I commented that.
I mean, these guys are psychopathic, psychotic, fucking schizoid, fragmented, fucked up beta bitches. They don't like strong women, obviously. Let me just get my stuff. I'm glad y'all are here.
His infamy is import, etc., etc. I almost feel like we're camping all of that because, you know, he's just a fucking liar. I'm going to go really here to a point that I'm going to pull out twice. Pull out twice. I just want to make sure that we don't miss this. So I'm going to say it now. And I'm going to say it at the midpoint, maybe. I'm going to say it at the end again. You know, Roger Stone is a liar. Okay, and to make this point, I don't need to rely on any outside source.
I come in hard and fast on you
because I caught him at 42 minutes.
I caught you guys all day.
Well,
talking extemporaneously except for parasites and worms and giving them to poor Kelly Farmer and Lord knows who else. Look at how shitty she looks these days.
Number one,
it is true, Channer.
Which there can
Right, be quiet, sis. Give him a minute.
Who was a greater philosopher, Plato or
I am. No, I'm a greater philosopher.
Who really killed JFK? There could be a debate about what actually transpired and what happened, or what the subject of analysis or valuing would be. But there's sometimes when people say things that are just a lie.
And he's a fake.
And at that point, you have to say to them.
And he's telling fake stories.
At that point, Phil B would
oh, are they, Hero?
Phil B out of nowhere.
Love and War and retrograde? You know what? I've been waiting for that from these fucked up astrologers for years. I guess I should be more loving.
Phil, you beautiful motherfucker. Me and Phil B go back to the fucking origin point of this fucking channel. He was the second dude I interviewed
in the cult.
Back in the day after I interviewed Shane the Ruiner. And check this out. This is how far back
to do
in the day
voodoo and Santeria on me.
Like, role to play in the whole community was he was on Project Avalon.
You're that weird beard group.
You know, putting truth to
I used to call him the
Zanaj. Phil B, go back. We go back like fucking peace in the pot.
Kind of like the black nobility has.
Thank you so much for donating.
White, yellow, red, and black families.
Thank you for showing the fuck up.
See, you fucktards coming all shapes and colors, and none of those groups like y'all.
Live chat, and I would have gotten this level of reaction.
Maybe they're hunting you guys.
Welcome the fuck back.
Maybe the Archons really like me.
That was like partially supposed to be talking about me or something.
Maybe I'm really a slayer, and I slay with love.
Anyway, back to it.
Whose dick did you suck today? Let's hear all about it.
Let me stay on point. Phil, we gotta catch up, motherfucker. Send me an email.
I mean, we're still talking about the plague. You're contagious.
People can say things that are.
Where's Omar Corona? Is he in your chat tonight?
We don't know the answer, and intelligent people can disagree.
You don't even know.
People can say things that are just incorrect because they're misinformed.
Because you deny.
Or they could say something
and you piss your pants and have the nightmares.
But when someone says
my voice is scary as hell because it's true.
You know that you can raise the defense, that they have no defense.
I'll talk right over you, demons.
They forgot what was involved, or forgot the facts of play.
Fucking automatons.
Fuck Roger
fucking
Stone.
Cyborg bitches.
He's a motherfucking con artist.
Fucking artificial intelligence is half dead.
Criminals like Richard Milhouse.
They're just gonna turn the damn button off and disconnect you. You don't get it.
G. Gordon Liddy,
I try to warn entities.
For a 9-year-old. Fuck G. Gordon Liddy. Fuck G. Gordon Liddy.
Fuck you, CW Channer. Leave Gordon Liddy alone. You're guilty of hagiography, speaking ill of the dead.
Fucking
Tag that to your dumb face.
Douchebag. Royce Cohn.
Fucking yeast infection. Tongue.
I got a fucking Trump. And
Butthole from hell. With hookworm. Hey, I just gotta say what I mean, man. This is about infectious disease.
Such a stupid lie.
In such a civilized society, we have to have such contagion walking the streets, even with a mask on. You know what I'm saying? They're just dangerous for life. Tag the Nigerian sex traffic and the sweetie pies thing
Where
in
he says
Ferguson.
that Trump said he didn't want to run for president. In the interview, with Donald Trump, and she
You
says,
try to say I'm Trump. I object.
They were thinking about running
You
for
fake
president.
fuck lawyer,
She's like, no.
loophole Larry.
Maybe. Roger Stone, first, let me read the whole thing that I have, and then we'll
Don't blame one Rockefeller for all of his
He
lineage.
cites the Oprah Winfrey interview where he says that Trump
She's
said
involved
he
in a
didn't want
Nigerian
Trump as
trafficking
president,
ring.
and he only wanted
Be
to get
very
president
careful.
if it got so bad.
They already know.
That's his character.
They knew years ago. Tag it to that priest from
Then Roger
Chicago.
Stone says, that
Mr.
moment
YouTube.
came in 2000.
Mr. Barron. Tag Trump. Tag the Vatican.
It's so fucked up. It's like the Thunderdome that
Oh, I know. Everybody loves the
the
Pope.
Vietnamese babies, and I don't like that.
I mean, he's a virtue
We got to build a
and a
wall.
pillar of
We got
truth.
to looking ladies down. We got to stop the. We got to stop.
I ain't scared of your
Democrats from
aliens.
fucking over children. It's so bad. I gotta get involved.
I'm on the
That,
ET
he said that
side.
moment came in 2016. That's a bold-faced lie.
You're a bold-faced psychopath that lies. Tag it.
When Donald Trump had an actualized on the ground raising money.
Look at
making
these two
threats
rednecks
against the
smoking a joint together.
Run
Pass
for
the
the
parasite.
presidency
Puff,
in
puff,
the year
pass.
2000. He ran on the independent ticket in New York. He ran for
Amy.
president in 2000. So when
Hey,
Roger Stone says
I
that
got
moment
something to
in
say here.
2016, he's fucking
Hang
lying.
on.
And we can't
I'm
say
hiding
that
behind
because
everything.
That's something we can have a difference of opinion on. No,
Difference of
because
opinion?
Roger
This is
Stone
collusion.
stood on CNN.
No, this is
Roger
not
Stone
a difference in motherfucking opinion. Hey, Amy, for real, baby? I am so glad that you were too busy to call because I had to leave the house at 3:40 and go to the bank and make a deposit and get my happy ass home by 5 minutes to 4. Now, in the meantime, Amy, here's what I knew. Let me tell you how the spirit phone works. I knew that you knew that I was in the middle of work that I couldn't stop, and somehow the spirit phone let you know. In the meantime, you were doing your thing, and we are good because Stephen Colbert sucked last night. Let's talk about it. Because we don't care about these fucks, really. We're just getting the evidence, right? My detective friend. So, Stephen Colbert had an eruption. Thank you, Hiru. He had an eruption under his lip, which was a pulsing parasite, and it had the traditional black lowered area that would almost look like a hole in his face, along with the raised white area. Now, he had old Joey Biden on last night, but it wasn't Joey Biden. It was one of those fake face biometric things, and he was kind of high, like bad LSD. We've talked about the good acid. Now we got to talk about the bad trip. So they gave him a hit of that, and he came out, and of course there was some schmuck putting words in his mouth for $12 an hour, and I got pissed. I told him, get fucked. I'm not staying for your stupid show. Suze, yes, I missed you today. It was busy every time. Very interesting because no one was on my phone. Tag it. Thank you. Got it. We're synced. So, in the meantime, these butt plugs know about our conversation because it's a spirit phone. They tap in, hack, and listen. Then they go about with their daytime activities. Yes, interference, absolutely. This is war, and we've talked about it. And we know what team we're on. Hiru is with us. And wherever two or more are gathered in his name, it's on like Donkey Kong. And we've also got PNR audio books, who I'll bet you is a scribe in this phenomenon. So, anyhow, then I went to watch Seth Meyer. He's in the #1 ranking with me right now for not being a jackass. Steven's fallen to second. And of course, I just love that James Corbin, but he's controlled by an agenda. So he has to take third place. And all I can say is, you know, he was pretty good. I'm talking about 11:30 ex Saturday Night Live guy, Seth Meyers. I think he's kind of tripping that I'm funnier than him, but I don't know. And I won't laugh at his jokes because I don't think they're funny. But I did tweet out, or put it on Twitter today about the best jokes of his of the week. So I would suggest for anybody that likes Seth Meyer to go to my Twitter handle at Susanna Red and find out what the fuck I'm putting out there, because today I have already given away 6 or 7 loser awards. And all the messages are coded together, and they do the magic for us, as well as hang themselves. Now, where did Tubby go? I don't hear his big mouth. Oh, I turned him down. Sorry.
And took this information for Hillary Clinton about Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump.
Tag Hillary Clinton and her butt plug husband to the Utako uranium scandal. And I have 23 stocks that have been stolen of Utako uranium. Mr. Hat, you're late. I have these stocks that have been stolen. Utako uranium, Vista Petroleum, and DuPont nickel. And you guys want to ask me how the stock market runs and why we're all dying. It ain't my fault. These tubby motherfuckers stole all of my birthright. I'm fucking sick of it. What do you got to say? It better be nice. Here we go again, and you're falling asleep. Okay. Distractions, like butterflies buzzing round your head. When I'm alone, you think of me. And the things we could do if you could be honest, get your fucking physical body in check, get on the fucking third dimension and show up at my house to meet me in person, but you can't do that because you're not bad enough. All right. Let's see. And the things we do if we could only be through. But you make the distractions allowable, tinfoil hatter. You're the motherfucking star of the show that keeps flip-flopping on me, and we're sick of it. We demand action. Right. Good, Amy. Hey, Michelle, welcome to tonight's escapades. It's fucked up already. They all think they're funny. See, this is the spirit phone. And we're dealing with not only disincarnate entities that pop in and out, and we're dealing with funny demons, not the ones that want to eat us. And we're dealing with the angelic realm. Oh, I got to show you my picture tonight of the angel. Now, you guys watch these fucks, and I'll be right back. I got to go get a couple pieces of evidence that I feel is relevant tonight. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't ringing like a bell. It was having. Oh, and hey, some kid told me today my earrings were cool. I said, baby, you don't even know how badass these are. These are raw rubies, sterling silver, and you got to know why to wear the motherfucking stones you're wearing, or you'll hurt yourself. Here's a Herkimer diamond, and especially double, points, right? And that means the energy flows all ways, as above, so below. We've got some essential elements contained within. The reason they call them Herkimer diamonds is they're mined in Herkimer, New York. All right, I'll be right back.
But then you can see
Let's
that
turn
the
this
other
stupid
stuff
up.
that they were picking up, what they thought was.
I don't want you guys to get bored on. Oh, and you'll hear me when I come.
It was actually the moonquakes, and you could tell.
It's on my jingle bell. And they're talking about my feet, y'all.
Like that, because again, they have this. They've been studying for a long time.
This is my opinion. I've
Like an asshole.
already put forward the argument that he's
Flimsy.
a master propagandist.
Let me
And
like
he
this up.
wanted to fight his case in the court of public opinion.
You wanted to kill me silently, which is
Because
worse.
either he thought it was going to help him avoid jail time, it would engender good
He
faith
already knew he was
from
guilty.
the president.
Just
to
like
him and
y'all.
get
You
him
already knew you were
give the
guilty. You had a
president
role to
reason and
perform.
excuse to
For the round.
apart him.
They don't know they're in the
Or he
realms.
thought
Isn't that
it would
funny?
just be a good setup for after he gets out of prison after a
They're
couple months
motherfucking
of years,
2D.
to come out
They
and
come
speak
from
on
3D.
tour, that he's
And they don't even
basically
know
trying
that they're
create a
dust.
conspiracy. He goes, the
All right,
judge
I'll be
ruled
back,
for the
seriously.
government in all but one decision. He's talking about the judge's decisions on preliminary motions and rulings within the context of the trial. He says the judge ruled for the government in all but one decision, essentially raising the argument that if the judge ruled in the government's favor on all of his defense strategies, that meant that the fix was in. And I write in my notes, does this mean there's bias? The fact of the matter is sometimes in court, you're going for Hail Mary passes. And I'm going to tell you what my analysis of Roger Stone's, how Roger Stone was arrested and convicted. He fucking did it. They had him dead to rights. Sometimes you have a case where it's not just like...
Because I can't be everywhere at once, right? Here's what I want to know. In the code, what do you guys think is the significance of our battle on Memorial Day? So we're talking about, well, that would be Monday, wouldn't it? Okay, so let's backtrack. We're talking about Friday, which starts off some kind of an honor we're supposed to bring forward to slay these jackasses, to avenge and to free all of our fallen that have been murdered due to fake fucking wars and agenda. Now, let me just put this up here and we'll see what y'all think. And eventually I'll talk again, but you know, I talk too much. Now, this picture was taken by my daughter, Chelsea Desiree Pratt, in 2006. These are not jokes. Let me get my light right. So many things to do. I don't even really celebrate holidays. We've talked about it. Everybody thinks it's a chance to go and fuck off and get sloppy drunk and puke on somebody's food. Oh no, we don't want to get high and deep and philosophical and non-violent. Oh no, that would ruin everybody's heyday of hell. So let me change this a little bit. Give me some time. I think we were doing better with more light. Definitely better with more light. Ah, get it to the right side. You guys, I have a problem with my right and left from when my mom burnt me at 5. And I always work in a mirror or a screen. And I know that it's reversed and inverted. So let's think about how easy it is to spellcast while we ponder that.
10,000 stories?
10,000.
Are you fucking stupid?
Are you guys stupid? Making up stories about my experience? How dare you motherfuckers?
Like, seriously.
And then you disrespect it and shit on it and think I'm going to get the fucking AIDS. How stupid are you idiots? Hang on. See, here would be his eyes, nose, and mouth. The moon is his mouth. And over here is an archangel's full span of wings, but I really got to turn on lights. You know, I try my best. Let me put these fucks on the ground so I can get this out of here. Hang on. You don't care to see them. They UGLY anyhow. They ain't got no alibi. They're fucking ugly inside and out. And I'm the cheerleader to send them right out of this dimension. Fucking piss me off. They think they're funny because they get extra views. Because the people are talking to me. I got my sweater on backwards. And they grab up on my money because they live me all the time because I'm always live. You know what? Fuck off, fags. That means you're mentally slow. It has nothing to do with your lack of sexual prowess or ability or interest. You're impotent. Do. Okay. So, all right, let me just do all of these things. I have very little space to work with. And of course, since I'm irrelevant, why should I clean my desk? Okay. So, I call this Jesus face in the sun with his archangel. And up here we've got two eyes and a broad nose. You can see the eyebrows. And what that hazy is across the brow bone would be some kind of crown, not of thorns, because we don't worship the death cult. It's more like a protective auric halo around his head, our head, and not these guys's because their head is infected, right? Okay, now, the archangel. Okay, oh, Suze, you can actually see it if you hold it right. Son of a gun. Give me a minute. Okay, so I need an instrument. 2 more minutes, or just a minute. Hang on. There is no fucking illusion or delusion to this. I've actually had this picture on my cloud that was stolen, and I don't pay for stolen things from China. There is no cloud involved in my world. All right. So here we are. We're going to focus over here, and I'm going to do the best I can to keep the glare off of it. This point right here signifies the top of the head. One of the wings goes from there to up here and merges into, look at our light jump up, merges into the light that comes from the moon. It was a full moon. And you can see the wing extend down. Now, when I get a chance to present my dadgum case, they will be able to confirm the magnitude of this archangel. This is a serious wing over here. So we're back to the head. And here's the wing. Goes down to there. Does that make sense? Back up to here. That's the wing on this side. Let me look again so I can speak more. Okay. Believe it or not, this will take me a minute. We are on this side. And you can see that body extends down. Wait a second. Here we go. Pen. Better. The body goes all the way down. And then on this side, it does as well. I always take myself out. Okay, so on this side as well. And this is the most incredible thing that I ever saw come back in a photograph that was processed at Walgreens, old school. In the meantime, you guys have all seen those two data collection crafts that came into this yard. They were found next to the angel, and that was 2013. But this was 2006. So I wasn't on YouTube yet. Now here again, great view of the eyes, the nose, the face, the masculinity of said face, And here's what's really a trip. Want to put the picture down. What do you mean want to put the picture down? You better quit fucking with me. Now, in the meantime, Mr. Smarty Pants, how is it that the same daggum face winds up on the magic stone? I mean, I didn't buy this on Amazon. Oh, did you guys know that Robert Phoenix said today, don't worry if you don't have a soul, because he's found a few on Amazon and you can purchase them. You see how ignorant this is? And Amy and I talked about the poor unfortunate souls that would be like those little black wiggly worms that come up out of the ocean ground with that octopus witch in Little Mermaid. All right. So here again, these formations manifest into eyes. Here's the nose, and it's big and it's wide. And there's that guy's mouth right there. Now, this is a real life meteorite. Tinfoil hatter. You're going to go to the back of the room and be in kindergarten. This is a damn meteorite. You think I put things on these for no reason? See, this is a magnet. You know all about metal and magnetics, right? So this whole thing is not magnetized. The way you tell a meteorite is a true meteorite will not be magnetized everywhere, but it will be magnetized in certain places. There's so many elements on this. You want to talk about power in a ancient energy grid or the Ben stone, while these bitches talk about bullshit saying I'm full of shit. Give me a fucking break. This is a transmitter, Mr. Foil Hat. See into it? You can see all the crystals. Can you see in there? It actually has grown over the years. I have pictures and video footage where this rock was not over here and it ended with the crystals. They're like teeth of a shark. Now, it grew another magnetic place. Oh, wow. I know irony. This meteorite was crammed together by celestial forces. I was told this from a woman that used to be paid by the government to go in and clear out the negative energy from the halls of Congress. I wish somebody would say I'm wrong. Leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. If nobody's helping me, and I only know one person currently helping me, and it's not none of you dudes. Fuckers. Amy, I'm not going to answer him. He's in timeout. There's Mr. Wrinkles. I made this mirror. Oh, why? Well, because it's magic. See, it's one of those antique shaving mirrors. Oh, we're coming up on the anniversary. I was almost killed last year. That should be exciting. But in the meantime, see, I painted that mirror. And I put these aren't really crystals. These are beads, let's be honest. I glued an ashtray in the one hole because that way you can smoke whatever you want. And you can empty it. That was a screw. That screw's probably pretty important. You know that? This is an antique of the fucking coolest order. I don't think it's for this, though. I think it's a screw for something else. I'm still trying to get. Oh, look. See, you never give up. You never quit trying. I'm trying to raise the mirror so I don't gotta be mocked for my age. And then I still can't get the motherfucking stone to show. Oh. Oh. Well, it would have to be higher. I can't do it. My magic mirror's got something else to do right now, and I don't want to share it with the world. Nah. Oh, God reigns supreme, dumbasses. Oh, if we look back here, we can see it. There's a great view. And look at that angel jump out and tell you how real. You don't believe in anything you can't see. That's what little faith you have, morons. All right. Let's just put this right here. Or should we get our loser awards back? I need privacy. I talk to the cosmos. I'm talking to so many entities, you got no damn clue. And the spirit kingdom and the animal kingdom.
To say nothing of the purported connections between him and organized crime in New York City. This delusion that Donald Trump ran a totally self-funded campaign, or like I've heard people online saying that he doesn't collect the salary. It's a whole bunch of bullshit.
Let me just go back up to the top of the chat. I'll type in.
Donald Trump's platform threatens the status quo
Here
of
comes
the
the
two-party
noise.
system. Bullshit. Donald Trump is a doctrinaire Republican. From the trickle-down economics to the anti-immigration policy, all the things that he does. There's nothing that he's doing that's rocking the boat or shaking the system, except getting, Donald Trump and being
What, just killing a civilian?
He says
Yeah,
he's known
no big
Donald
deal.
Trump for 40 years.
Especially if she's really
And
important.
says that Donald Trump is
Fucker.
fearless, independent, tough, both in the form of stamina and energy.
And we think you have a
He
place
didn't
in this
run
world.
because he wanted
How dare
aggrandizement
you.
for himself. Thank you, C. Gomez, for your donation, $4.99. Trump is up to his eyeballs in Russian loan money. Look it up. Yes, he owed everybody. He's financed out the wazoo. He's not a billionaire. He's not a successful businessman. 9 out of
What
10
the
of
fuck's
his
this
projects
coilhead
fail.
saying?
It's just
Hey, do you
it's
know
just- Roger Stone
ammonia
doesn't
and
care about the
Rollis?
truth. Roger
Is
Stone
that where
has
you
never cared
came
about the
from?
truth.
You were never
Roger
there, by the
Stone
way.
is a political
You're stepping on my blue
propagandist.
suede shoes.
That's what he is. And dark journalist is carrying water for him. You're not allowed to
Thank
do
you,
that.
Hero Get.
Okay. It's one
I've
thing
never
to
heard
be
it
right.
put like that before. I appreciate it.
I hear you, Tiger. She's been doing a lot of work with the Digital Understanding Symposium. On tomorrow, check it out. It's going to be an all-day affair. It's going to be an online festival of
I think
information and
you
knowledge. You're gonna
We're
love
a
it.
cult chanter
It's
person
in
along
the
the back.
local
That's where I knew your
West
name from. I
He didn't
think
run
you're
for
a
president
convert.
because he wanted aggrandizement for himself.
Over
or
to
a
the
bigger
right
home.
side, which is my
He had
side.
the best life, debatable, on a whole bunch of
Unless
levels.
you're here to fuck with me
He's
and
traded
suck
in
his
for the
dick,
slings and arrows
then you're
of
in the
the
wrong
Trumpers.
chat tonight.
What a brave man Donald Trump is.
I think you're
Then he
spellcasting,
says-
Mr. Downer.
Then we'll say it again. He cites the Oprah Winfrey interview where Trump said he didn't want to run for president and would only run if it
You know,
got so
Oprah
bad he
was
had to.
molested
That's a
and abused,
mischaracterization
so
of
she
the
didn't
Oprah
think it'd
Winfrey
be a
interview,
big deal
which
to
is
sell
free and
them
available
kids.
all over YouTube. Roger Stone says that moment came in 2016. Bullshit, because Donald Trump ran for president in 2000. Roger Stone can't act like he doesn't know
I'm
that
the
because
queen of
Roger Stone
pendulums.
was his main campaign manager. He's the one who got him into the fight when he went on started on the independent ticket in New York. It's a
Meteorite
bold-faced
with
lie.
more elements
that
contained than any
that
other
moment
stone in
came
the
in
world.
2016. Roger Stone was Donald Trump's main campaign manager in 2000. No pushback from dark journalists because
You better not be a
notes I wrote,
necromancer.
no
I'll lock
pushback
you
from dark
upside your head,
journalists
tinfoil.
because B. Linguini is a fucking cuck. He's a fucking. I despise bullshittery, historical revision.
Adam, if you hang
and
on,
lying. Okay? The dark journalist.
I would explain it, but I can't talk over these
There's
jerks.
no love lost between me and him. If he thinks I'm ever going to carry for water from him, you know what I might very well do? I don't think that's sort of shit. Says he could do it again because Trump believes. Oh, he says that Trump. Oh no, I skipped the part. Sorry. He goes. Donald Trump will go down as one of our.
We can't have biohazard
because
rubs.
he's already
Answer
revolutionized the
denied.
American economy. He brought manufacturing back. We had the fastest wage growth in history. We had a record
Oh, you're
stock
funny.
market. But it was
That's
all
a
destroyed
classic
by the
tinfoil
Chinese
hatter.
virus. And I
That
just
needs
wanna
to go in the
say,
Trictionary.
these are all Republican talking points, and they're all lies.
I didn't say anything about Roger Stone. Don't be trying to twist it.
Under Donald Trump. We've lost more jobs under Donald Trump. Bill Clinton was a successful economic president. Barack Obama, it is argued,
I
had a
better
lot
not
of problems
find you
that
had
were
a crush on
inherited
him,
from
tinfoil
George
hatter.
W. Bush. But Donald Trump is not
I'll take back your heart
revolutionized the American
status.
economy. We didn't have the fastest wage growth. We have record unemployment. That hasn't changed. And the record stock market is like saying, so what if we're all starving to death? In the movies, we've got
I'm
plenty
glad
of
you
food.
put up with all
The
these
stock
other
market is an
weirdos being
artificial
our
measure of the
audiobooks.
economic
Bless your
factor.
heart.
And the only reason people keep on talking about it is because it makes the rich people feel good because they feel like it's not all falling away up from underneath their feet. And it's the one thing they can point to where they can make any sort of argument that things are doing okay in the
Look,
American economy.
whoever stole
The
our
American economy
dog
is headed for a
and made us
depression.
bail
Deal
it
with
out.
I'm dealing with it. Y'all
We're
gotta
on
deal
ya.
with it too. And it was all destroyed by the Chinese virus. Everything was fantastic until the Chinese virus.
It was
Why
a
you call it
video
the Chinese
game.
virus? Because it originated in
Your
China.
butt plug,
It's not a racist virus. And there's no. It's because
give me a
it's an
minute. Let me think of
opportunity
them.
to lambast the Chinese. There's bad luck all over the
Oh
place.
yeah, war games.
You don't think it's
We
possible
lost
for a
all the
virus to
jobs
break
to
out
the poor
in
Walmart
Canada?
people that got chipped.
The same things that are happening in China
It's
with
true.
wet markets and
He's their
encroaching
coder.
on more and more land that was previously
Use your
undeveloped,
false flag war
thereby
guy.
exposing people to
And he ate his
new novel
dog, so
viruses.
leave
That's
me
all
alone.
possible in Canada. Not so much in America, because that's about we've destroyed the environment already so much, but different things. He goes, that was all destroyed by the Chinese
That
virus.
was
It's
not
just
Elvis.
lies. He's not an economist, and this is all
That was
just bullshit.
Osiris
It's bullshit.
playing
And he says
Elvis.
Donald Trump could do it again because and
Tinfoil hatter.
he doesn't qualify. He goes,
Do you know what I'm
Donald Trump could
stepping
do it
in?
again because he understands the same economic truisms
Another
that
incarnation.
Ronald Reagan understood.
Can you imagine me in the role of
And
ISIS?
he names a whole bunch of other
Oh yeah,
Republican
think
leaders.
about it.
And what it amounts to is trickle-down economics.
I would have never
Cut the
believed
taxes
it.
on the rich, destroy regulation,
Mr.
let
Wrinkles
companies
doesn't
and
eat
corporations do
bread.
what they can to turn a profit. And don't you understand that that's going to turn into jobs? And don't you understand that in 2020 we've had so many rounds of trickle-down economics? The economic theory
Oh,
has been
jeez.
debunked.
See, all these
It
scammers
doesn't
are
work.
getting all the
It doesn't
trickle
create
down
jobs.
benefits
It didn't create
from
jobs
having a
in both
retarded,
2016 up to 2019. All those
what would you
companies
call
took those tax breaks. All those
upfront
companies took
government
those
that
bailouts
isn't the real
and
one.
used it to do what's known as stock buybacks. They didn't create more jobs.
Well, my stocks need to
They
be
didn't increase
important because they're worth
benefits
99
for
million a
the
share.
lowest of their workers. None of that shit happened.
They call them
And it
penny
never
stocks
fucking
since they
does.
stole
And
them.
guess what?
Who is
Keep on
Maxim
lying.
Shevchenko?
Genocidal race mongers
This is
like
Jeopardy.
Ronald Reagan knew that it didn't work. George Bush the first knew that trickle-down economics didn't work. That wasn't the point. The point was to say to people that that's what the system is supposed to do, so they can buy themselves more time as they line their own pockets.
I got money. I got like $17.
He needs 4 more years to do it. Then he attacks mail-in voting. Making predictions says that 4 states have regulations against mail-in voting, so you couldn't have a national mail-in elections. People aren't talking about nationalizing mail-in voting. They're talking about utilizing it in some systems that are subject to lockdown. And why do the Republicans do gerrymandering? Why do they redistribute and recut up districts all the time? Why are they always trying to purge people from the voter rolls? Why are they trying to always make sure that more and more people don't get to vote rather than allowing more and more Americans to vote? It's because they know that the majority of people in America voted. There's no fucking way that they would vote for rich white dudes who fuck their communities up. And what do? Just like the trickle down economics. You gotta justify it some way. So they say voter fraud, voter fraud. We can't have voter fraud, voter fraud, voter fraud. You can't make it easy for people to vote. If you make it easy for people to vote, there's going to be voter fraud. And in case you're curious, that argument about making it difficult to vote, like having literacy tests and whatnot, goes back to Jim Crow. There ain't nothing new under the sun. He attacks Joe Biden. He says Joe Biden puts the dem in dementia. Again, propaganda. He feels bad for him. Propaganda. He raises 1.4. Then he says that that Donald Trump's son got 1.4 million from a Chinese central bank. He says that means that Joe Biden has been bought up by the Chinese. And I hate Joe Biden. I hate Joe Biden as much as I hate Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan. If I had my druthers, I would be the master of a sex slave farm where I was able to constantly resurrect these motherfuckers who are dead, some of them from the dead, to make them do shit on camera, right? I'd use Ronald Reagan as a shame hero. You know what I mean? I would make them serve people. I probably wouldn't make them do anything. I'd probably just chastise them constantly. You can go anywhere in the greatest United States of America, but I get to go with you. And I'm constantly going to be doing things that you don't like throwing shit at you and implying you don't look good. I don't know, something little. In my family, I never really actually hurt anybody. I've never hurt anybody in my life. Anyway, I just get upset with these people. I'm angry. I'm angry at these people. Do I need to forgive the ghost of Ronald Reagan? No, I don't. Fuck that guy. Genocidal maniac. Anywho, I hate Hillary Clinton. I hate Joe Biden. I hate Barack Obama. I hate all these motherfuckers. But anyway, then he says that Joe Biden had a role in turbocharging the war on drugs. And this is an interesting angle. So what the latest thing they're doing is this. He says he's blaming Joe Biden. He's saying that African Americans shouldn't vote for Joe Biden because Joe Biden has turbocharged the war on drugs. Remember, Roger Stone is a libertarian, so he's got a natural aversion to laws against marijuana and different drugs. And I'm with Roger Stone on that. I'm pro legalization because the war on drugs is a racist, crazy thing. Zuka Foods with a donation of $2. Hey, double hockey sticks. Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much. But here's the thing: he uses it. Then he brings up. He starts attacking Biden for the war on drugs. But the war on drugs is literally created by the Republicans. Literally, Richard Nixon did a study on the ill effects of marijuana. They were saying there was an argument that marijuana should be legalized. So he says, okay, let's do a study on it, on the adverse health effects, the positive health effects on it, and whether or not it should be legalized. And the report came back that it should be legalized. Richard Nixon took that report and buried it. And all the things with the war on drugs, just say no, that's Ronald Reagan, that Roger Stone says that he knew. So now all of a sudden for him to point the finger on the war on drugs to Biden is ridiculous. He says the war on drugs is a racist failure, Roger Stone says. God bless him. He says Trump should communicate the message. He goes, then he basically says that Donald Trump agrees with him about rolling back the war on drugs. To which I say, there's no evidentiary support that Donald Trump has ever been for decriminalization of anything. And there's never been any credible evidence that he's doing anything to lessen the war on drugs. From where I stand, from build the wall to separation of families, Donald Trump has taken up to the over-empowerment device. Donald Trump is not a friend to the African-American community or the brown community in any way, shape, or form. But Roger Stone, King of Spin, is now saying that Donald Trump is a big fan. And he says that Trump should communicate this message that he's anti-war on drugs on what Roger Stone calls urban radio. Now, here's something that's interesting. Here's a side note about Biden. Joe Biden has got a lot of problems. And one of the hugest problems he has is that he was talking to Charlemagne the God, who's a podcast host, former radio DJ, and he's like the Black Joe Rogan, and he was speaking to Joe Biden on his show on Charlamagne the God show called The Breakfast Club. And he goes, what do you think about African? Since
They don't even let dorks
Americans like
in
Donald
breakfast
Trump.
clubs
And
if they're
Joe
big losers
Biden
like
said,
that.
if you are supporting Donald Trump, then you're not black. Saying to black people, if you don't get in line and support me over Donald Trump, then you're not black.
Talking?
And Charlamagne the
Turn
God,
this bitch off.
who's blacker than midnight, basically was like, the fuck did you
That
just
sounds
say?
pretty racist.
And Joe Biden doubled down on it. It was crazy. And that's going to be a big deal. I think it's a scam. I think
it's a song
it gets so twisted
about he was black as the night and she was whiter than white.
With Roger Stone on, but he's doing it for the wrong reason. Speaking about Bernie Sanders, he was cheated twice by the DNC, and I agree. We didn't learn our lesson with Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Who's Agent 11?
Had Bernie versus Trump, which is what the American people wanted.
I want answers.
Two extreme outsiders against each other, so people can have the quote-unquote mandate. So that Americans can look at Americans and say, we went to the polls and voted. We voted for the Democratic Socialist. So shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up when you're talking to us.
Or the other flip side of it is that people could say, we voted in Donald fucking motherfucking Trump.
He sure does
so
like
shut the
cuss.
fuck up about the melting pot of America.
Oh, wait, he's cursing.
Yada.
That's right. Never forget that.
War on drugs, building a wall. That's what
he's
America
talking
wants.
about dark journalists today, allegedly, while he's fighting the wind.
We didn't get that
because dark journalists talk shit on my buddy and soulmate, Rudolph Steiner.
The Democratic National Convention.
Rudolph Steiner is directly in opposition with
I'm going to tell you,
Helena Blavatsky, William Crowley, and Adolf Hitler.
No matter who's in power, whether they've got an R beside their name or they've got a D beside their name. Who wins? The millionaires and billionaires. All the time. Who loses? Everybody else. They fucking chuck and jive and create this delusion of choice,
I think Jimmy needs to get pinched.
Never gets actualized.
Oh,
That's
Lord have mercy.
I'm sticking to
you better not have any affiliation with Jimmy Dore.
Oh,
no.
It
it's Jimmy Dore. Agent 42 is James Dore.
Bernie Sanders was
you got to tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Though,
and then you have to give me proof I'm wrong.
Candidates post him being cheated means he is not a man of character.
He's a hippie cheetah.
Bernie Sanders as a communist, which I got no problem with.
In 2008, the little I. Now, is the little I you, or is that just like a letter out of the alphabet?
Bernie Sanders went from a front runner to being replaced by Biden, and I agree. And we all saw it happen. We all saw it happen in real time. All of a sudden, mainstream media said, no. America doesn't want Bernie Sanders as a communist.
It figures you don't know Steiner.
We don't want that.
Only the Europeans, the true Europeans. No. You don't keep Steiner silent. That's like keeping me silent.
As if people
That's crazy.
People go after 4 years of Donald Trump.
But I'm here to help you, Jimmy. I'm here to free you of your fragmentation of getting the daggum story right, my friend. For some reason, I like you. I don't know why. I haven't figured it out yet. There's a lot of people I like in the beginning because I think that they really want help or they're sincere, and then I find out they're cult chanter suck-a-dicks. Now, if that's what's going on here, I'm going to have to scream sexual harassment. You dickhead. You know, oh no. Your team, Kelly? Fuck. Don't that suck. You just start to trust somebody and they just pull the motherfucking rug out.
Opines that Michelle Obama
I'm used to it.
Would be a strong candidate for the Democrats, but she may not meet the constitutional requirement because she and Obama
Downtown Rudy doesn't heal from my area.
Cayman Islands for a brief time for tax
or hail.
That's
Downtown Rudy. Oh, Rudy Giuliani?
Meanwhile, that's why
I mean, what code are you trying to shove at my face?
being the president of the United States of America.
You better remember the Bernstein Bears.
You being
A
born
bear
in the United
was
States, and
scared
that's
having
citizen of
to
the United States of America. I don't know what
go
else you
out
can
by
do.
themselves
Then
in
it
the
gets into
dark. 3 of them.
Obamagate.
They grabbed
He
him a
says,
rock,
you know,
a
and here's
flashlight,
Roger Stone's definition
and a
of
stick.
Obamagate. I don't think that anyone
and they
really
went
knows
and
what the
fought a
definition of
monster.
Obamagate
It's a
is.
kid's book.
But here's Roger Stone.
Give me better information, please, Jimmy.
Barack Obama
I am
and
trying to be
Joe
decent to
Biden
you.
planned an illegal
Rudy
operation
S.
to spy and frame
I don't know,
Donald
Rudy
Trump,
S.
and they doubled down after his election.
I'm glad you're back,
continued
Amy.
to
Jimmy's
use
out of
illegal
control.
and tried
I
to frame
accused him of being
That's what
part of the
Roger
Jimmy
Stone
Dore
says
entity
Obama's role
structure.
is. And then he says, they ask the question, do we have a two-tier
Maybe Agent.
justice
Maybe
system?
Amy or
Because the mainstream
Mr.
media
Hiru knows who
cover
Agent
for
42
Barack
is.
Obama,
I don't know
Obama, and
everything,
Joe
and I
Biden.
am not perfect,
Our
and I don't
journalist
have a
then
girlfriend.
Says, tries to reform Nixon.
Oh,
and says,
Kelly is your new
Nixon,
girlfriend.
the crimes he
I'm
was
sorry,
removed
tinfoil
for
hatter. I didn't know
pale
you were
in
into orgies with
comparison
Channer and
to
Kelly.
Obamagate. I just want to say the crimes that Nixon
He said I was
did
his booty
were
call.
actual crimes.
And then he hauled
Whereas
her home from
what
the
is
dump.
alleged to have happened under Obamagate is not subject to a criminal investigation. No charges have been brought. The charges are ever brought. We'll have a debate and discussion about that after the fact.
Shit.
But for now,
I
you
gotta
can't say
go get the plug.
crimes of Obamagate pale in comparison to what Nixon did.
Maybe the plunger
And
too.
Richard Nixon, broke the law, and he wasn't removed. He voluntarily left the White House and was then subsequently given, a pre being charged with anything pardon by his replacement. Okay, you don't leave the White House if you're innocent and you're going to fight because there's nothing against you. So this is dark journalist again, not being a journalist, but actually just offering an opinion. He's not a journalist like Woodward and Bernstein. He's a conservative talk show host like Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck. And if he wants to debate me about those points, he could. He won't. A creepy ass motherfucker. He's a creepy. Sorry. Anyway, Roger Stone describes Watergate. He goes, Watergate, they planted bad bugs that never even worked. I mean, sure, they broke into the guys, into the opponent's office and they bugged the place, but the bugs didn't even work, right? So no crime. Yeah, I shot at the guy, but I missed. How are you going to charge me with attempted murder? I didn't even hit the motherfucker. That's not how it works, FYI, in case you're curious. He goes, there's no evidence that Nixon knew that crimes were being committed. That, of course, involves him
He wanted to fuck his mother and kill his father.
He's discounting the testimony of
Tag
Jeb McGruber and John Dean, the whistleblower about
What's going
Watergate,
on?
that Roger Stone claims was the actual author of the whole thing. It's a bullshit. It's conspiracy theory. This is Hillary Clinton was arrested and assassinated in Guantanamo Bay, and the person you see walking around is either a hologram or a
Tag
clone.
all those fake
That's
clone
the sort of analysis
stories.
that Roger Stone is offering about Watergate.
And then
It's
tag
100% untrue.
biometrics.
And for him,
And the wrong
dark
people
journalists
jumping in somebody's
engage in
biometric
this
when nobody's
is
looking.
historical revisionism. It's really gross. It's really
You're
scary.
really gross.
Again, Dark
You got the
Journalist is close
Ebola
to
and the AIDS.
90,000 subscribers.
Probably SARS too. And
Because
PMS.
Roger Stone says, you want to know the truth about my friend Richard Nixon?
You don't have
Read
any
my book,
friends.
Tricky
You're a
Dick.
fiend.
Or then he names 3 other books. 2 of
Tag
which he
Hogatha.
concedes were written by friends of his. It's propaganda. Pro-Nixon propaganda.
No
Not on my
kidding.
watch. Then he goes, Obama used the government to do his spying,
I mean,
which
we
is far
trust
more
you,
serious a
Tubby.
crime. No, I'm not saying this is right.
We
I'm not
think
saying
you're
this
in
is okay.
control of
When
yourself.
the government does shit
We think
a
you're
lot of the
fucking
time,
insane.
because they're the government, it's not
But
the
you're
same.
actually
What they did in Watergate
fucking
was
multi,
he had
like a
operatives.
Sybil.
They ran it out. They broke into places.
Let me
they
get
bugged
something to
places.
occupy
They
you.
rifled through
Let me show you his
people's
girlfriend.
psychiatric records, and their doctors' notes.
You'll love it.
And they weren't doing so on behalf of the government. They were doing so on behalf of their major domo, their leader,
We're
their
pulling
grand
out the
champion, Richard
idiots.
Nixon, and the Republican Party.
We're tired of you people fucking shit up.
Obama and Joe Biden followed, I don't know to what
Watch
degree
this.
that they led the investigation.
Ready?
They didn't. The FBI and the CIA, the FBI
He
did what
laughed.
they did. And
He
I'm
knows
not
what's
saying that
coming.
people can't
Tag
have
it.
reasonable discussions about what the FBI did and didn't do, what they investigated.
This is the quantum supercomputer letting people run it.
FBI is not a criminal act. Telling the FBI to investigate something is not a criminal act in the way that
Let's
telling
see if
people
this
to
is
break into
offensive
somebody
to
else's
a real woman.
office or hotel
It
room
was to
is
me.
a crime. And the fact that these two knuckleheads
Where's my
can't tell the
keyboard?
difference or even suggest
It's
otherwise
sitting on
shows
it.
you that they're either
At least I don't
fucking
break it.
morons or disingenuous fucking power mad bastards. Fuck these motherfuckers. Fuck them.
Fuck you guys if you can't take a joke.
I think it's really arguing, really. You know? It's kind of obvious that they're using me as the fall guy. Kind of obvious to you because you're trying to reform Richard Nixon. I don't know where the fuck Doug Jonas thinks that this event is going to go.
Does that make you horny, baby? Some people say men just want a woman or a man with boobs. Men want other men with boobs.
What I say, you know, if I see
That's what they say on Boyd and on Floyd's couch, where people get sodomized. I'm trying to get back to my party, fuckers.
That's okay for tonight.
Correct,
I
Amy.
also had a response to Dr. Joseph P. Farrell's latest news and views from the area. I'm just going to read the notes out real quick. So here's my response to Dr. Joseph P. Farrell's latest news and views from Unitarian.
I have that, Jimmy.
Dr. Joseph P. Farrell is what he characterizes as the Fauci COVID protocols, calling them the Fauci Wuhan COVID
Oh,
nonsense.
wait, wrong one. We're trying to give him a platform. He's a her. What? Oh, you want mine? Let me get you my keys.
This is about erotica tonight. Okay?
I've done a couple books on
Some erotic things.
erotica,
I get my things together here.
and so this is him mocking me.
Right. Now,
We're talking about
I haven't looked at
great
this,
works of art
okay? I haven't looked at it. So,
because they're relevant in my life.
You know what? I figured, who's the biggest sex symbol out there? Well, Marilyn Monroe.
Well, it's got to be you.
Why not do up a nice Marilyn do? You know
I mean, surely there can only be one.
Just my luck. Madonna has a song called
I mean, everybody wants you.
right? So, I mean,
Shannon wants you.
I don't need,
Let's see how he feels.
I don't need something
Just a
else.
grab for power.
Realize that's what I'm
Here's
gonna
my
do,
analysis.
you know?
Dr. Farrell has no known education or expertise in the fields of medicine or science. His doctorate is in theology. He has questionable allegiances and connections. He's a big supporter of Putin. He's also, to my understanding, Dr. Farrell is a bishop in some
So
Orthodox
let me write
church.
down what we got to do. Let me
The
put
rest
it in the
of
chat.
Orthodox church, I don't know.
We got
If
two
we start
things to do
talking about
tonight that are
his strange
serious.
connections, we could also talk about his friendship to dark journalists and the most nefarious and damning connections that Dr. Farrell has with that king of all cocksuckers, that evil genius, Walter Bosley. I'll also remind you that technically Dr. Joseph P. Farrell is an ancient alien theorist. His channel used to be called Giza Death Star Community. That's because his most well-known book is about the Giza Death Star. What's the Giza Death Star? The implication that in ancient Egypt, they had super secret UFO-like technology, like laser beams and batteries and shit. Conclusion. There are no good guys in ufology.
FC? You mean CW? He doesn't have that kind of skill.
Yes, he did. He cursed the life for me. And he wrote a whole thing about me. Yeah. So, you know what? Best I can do is I can read it.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Very interesting. Take it from the top. All right. Such a natural.
Allegedly, he's an ex-attorney. I say that he was too contagious to work and they pulled him out of the public. That's my read.
Okay. Guy, it gives you an erection.
He's also Rock Shamoose, an elephant in the room, and Mallory Williams.
Yeah, see, Peter, you see Marilyn.
See, they get to steal all the money and have all the work because they don't disclose their birth name and they call it a straw man name, so it's irrelevant, and they cheat business because they don't have any business background or anything real to offer or sell or help with. These bitches are in my way of helping the world. Not really.
Once you see somebody live, once you see someone like Roger Stone make the bold-faced lie, he said, I'm going to repeat it again. I'm just going to repeat it again because it bears repeating it. Ladies and gentlemen, Roger Stone is a liar. To prove that he's a liar, one only needs to look at his interview, his recent interview with Dark Journalist. At the 42-minute mark, Roger Stone says the following. He says an Oprah Winfrey interview. So he's making the case that Donald Trump only ran for president for no other reason than selfishly to help the United States of America. And as proof of this claim, he cites an Oprah Winfrey interview where Donald Trump says, according to Roger Stone, that he, Donald Trump, didn't want to run for president and only would if it got so bad I had to. Roger Stone then says that moment came in 2016. That is a bold-faced lie. Number one, his characterization of what Donald Trump said in the Oprah Winfrey interview is debatable. I think it can be read in an entirely different way. And then saying that that moment that Donald Trump said that he had to selfishly run for president came in 2016 is a bold-faced lie. And Roger Stone has no excuse to say that he didn't know or forgot the information about that makes it a lie, because Roger Stone was Donald Trump's main campaign manager in 2000 when Donald Trump had a campaign for presidency underway. They were doing the paperwork. He appeared at multiple places doing interviews as a presidential candidate. There was no pushback from Dark Journalist in this interview. Either Dark Journalist doesn't know his facts, wasn't prepared for the interview, hadn't warmed himself up on Roger Stone's biography and curriculum vitae, because if he had, he would have known that Roger Stone was said campaign manager in 2000, therefore would know that Roger Stone had said something that had to have pushback if he was acting as a true journalist. Of course, he wasn't, because he's not a journalist. It's just a fashion show. He dresses up like a man in black, but now he puts in the American flag lapel. What do they call that? The thing in the breast pocket, the handkerchief? There's a name for it.
It's up on my shelf. Yeah, it's so funny.
Pocket square. Pocket square. He's got an American flag pocket square. Because now Dark Journalist is courting that Donald Trump that he was saying before that QAnon was this big massive conspiracy. I don't know, because he's trying to reform Richard Nixon, that according to him, put a time capsule in the White. This is according to Dark Journalist. If I'm lying, I'm motherfucking dying. Richard Nixon told a gay prostitute that Richard Nixon had put a time capsule in the White House that contained the following information. Everything that Zachariah Sitchin said about the Anunnaki was basically true. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Go back to the interview that Dark Journalist did with, what's his name? Something Merritt, Butch Merritt. I love you, folks. I love you. I love Dark Journalist. I love Roger Stone. Child of God, child of goddess. Hope he doesn't get too upset about going to prison. Man, that's going to suck for him. I'm so banged up about it. I love you, though. I love you. I love you. The Ticket Foods gave another $5. Pharrell, DJ. I missed it. Pharrell, DJ want free market vaccine solutions, but that can't include Gates Soros money. How does that make sense? Whose money doesn't see profit? These guys have no idea what they're fucking talking about. Dark Journalist needs to go back and get a PhD in motherfucking something. Anyway, we'll see how long the fan game lasts. I love you, I love you, I love you. If no one told you I love you today, somebody just did that. Somebody see the new chanter. And love you guys. See you at 9:30 at Kelly's show. Love you till then. Love you till Tuesday. Okay? Talk to you soon.
You'll probably be better by Thursday.
Now, the funny thing is, I hope it's not broke because it feels kind of.
You know, he's the one that said he'd been dead
I feel bad for that.
since 2017.
Sometimes there's a glitch in the matrix. The limitations of the old operating system are right there. Something new pokes through. There's been dozens of responses to the Jordan Peterson transformed to be already. What makes this one different? Well, I had a pretty unique perspective.
There's all kinds of stuff
In
in here.
October last year, I went to Toronto to interview Jordan Peterson.
Look at this. Wait, I don't. If there's a card or something, I want to get that. See, something broke.
This is by Wired Masterminds. Former CIA operative explains how spies use disguises. This is from Wired. It's a year ago. You'll be able to hear it. We might switch screens. We'll see how quick I can work. Oh, CIA's disguise artist who helped Cold War spies disappear. Tag collusion with Soviet Union and Ukraine. Maybe we should watch this one.
I want Marquita to see it
John
every day.
Mendez is one
Know that
half
I'm
of
using
a
my
legendary
privilege every day.
espionage power couple. She and her husband Tony met as American spies in the Soviet Union and took turns as the CIA's chief of disguise. Before Tony died earlier this year, the couple wrote a book about living undercover at the height of the Cold War. Their work is now enshrined in a permanent exhibit at the International Spy Museum in Washington. That's where Nick Schifrin caught up with Jana and her trove of cloaks and daggers.
Yeah,
So this is one of the
For 27 years across Cold War hotspots, Jana Mendez worked undercover for the CIA. But while the blonde from Kentucky was always pursued, the master of disguise was never caught.
with disguise, we just surpassed anybody's dreams. I mean, we had some amazing successes.
The we were Jana and Tony Mendez, spouses and stars of the CIA, both former chiefs of disguise. They were married for almost 30 years before he died in January.
Tony had creative energy that he spread around like fairy dust. I give him credit for a lot of really innovative ideas that we worked with, but I take some responsibility for seeing that they happened. We were a good team.
Their team was part of the CIA's Office of Technical Service, or OTS. They built the tools of espionage, the disguise kit, the cameras that could hide anywhere, the underwear to pretend to be pregnant, secrets used in Soviet
They use
Moscow,
those these
now at the
days.
International Spy Museum in Washington.
We're not trying to say that OTS won the Cold War, but the tools that we provided to our case officers that let them get out on the street, that let them, in fact, meet face to face with some of our Russian sources made an enormous difference.
The first challenge was right outside the embassy's gates on the streets of Moscow. The Russians were always tailing them, so they got a little help.
Okay, so we're a minute 56 into this, and it's 7:29, and from here we can watch it on the phone. Oh man, maybe you want to see all the pictures. Just pretend you listen to it. And we'll get the good volume here on the big computer, and you can watch a picture of the little. Here you go.
Legendary espionage power couple. She and her husband Tony met as American spies in the Soviet Union and took turns as the CIA's chief of disguise. Before Tony died earlier this year, the couple wrote a book about living undercover at the height of the Cold War. Their work is now enshrined in a permanent exhibit at the International Spy Museum in Washington. That's where Nick Schifrin caught up with
Maybe that's
Jana
the
and
time
her trove
capsule.
of cloaks and daggers.
So this is one of the
For 27 years across Cold War hotspots, Jana Mendez worked undercover for the CIA. But while the blonde from Kentucky was always
She looks
pursued, the
redheaded.
master of disguise was never caught.
with disguise,
Yeah.
we just surpassed anybody's dreams. I mean, we had some amazing successes.
The we were Jana and Tony Mendez, spouses and stars of the CIA, both former chiefs of disguise. They were married for almost 30 years before he died in January.
Tony had creative energy that he spread around like fairy
yes.
dust. I give him credit for a lot of
I'm
really
thinking of the one other thing I have to do still.
ideas that we worked with, but I take some responsibility for seeing that they happened. We were a good team.
Their team was part of the CIA's Office of Technical Service, or OTS. They built the tools of espionage, the disguise kit, the cameras that could hide anywhere, the underwear to pretend to be pregnant, secrets used in Soviet Moscow, now at the International Spy Museum in Washington.
We're not trying to say that OTS won the Cold War, but the tools that we provided to our case officers that let them get out on the street, that let them, in fact, meet face to face with some of our Russian sources made an enormous difference.
The first challenge was right outside the embassy's gates on the streets of Moscow. The Russians were always tailing them, so they got a little help from their friend Jack.
Jack in the Box was every HOV commuter's dream. It was a pop-up dummy that would emerge out of various things.
Everywhere agents drove, a Soviet car would follow, so the Mendezes created a gap. As the Americans turned a corner, the Soviets were blind, just long enough for the American agent to jump out of the car and Jack in the Box to pop up in his place.
It looked like a person. It was three-dimensional. It wore real clothes. It had a face. It had hair. It could look exactly like the person who had just left that seat.
In pop culture, spies have catchphrases like James Bond
Bond. James Bond.
and big explosions
International
like
man of
Jason Bourne.
mystery.
But Mendez says there's only one spy who gets it right.
The male star in the Americans had this wonderful ability to put on these nothing disguises, and then he became nothing.
Have you been one?
He became almost invisible. He was perfect. And if he got on the elevator with you and got off 2 floors later, you would never remember that he'd even been on the elevator. He just could disappear into his disguises.
That disappearing act is what she perfected at the height of the Cold War for American agents and their Russian assets. Moscow became so dangerous it was a denied area, meaning CIA officers couldn't meet Russian informants face to face. In Cold War Moscow, every face was watched, so Jana and Tony gave their colleagues more than one.
We didn't need to use masks in any other place, but we needed them in Moscow because it was a solution that was almost forced upon us. Without disguise, our case officers would have been totally stymied. That was the intention of the KGB. They wanted us to be unable to collect intelligence.
Mendez even came to the White House disguised in her own handiwork.
A woman who worked with me gave me her face as a farewell present.
So this is a real person's face.
That's her.
In Moscow, they followed a set of informal guidelines, which Tony wrote down and turned into the Moscow Rules, the name of their new book. Rules like, don't harass the opposition.
Don't mess with them. Something bad will happen to you. Maybe you're going to get beat up in front of your own embassy and medevac the next day with a broken clavicle.
Their most sacred mission, keep Soviet assets alive.
There's something so personal about the Russian side of it. Taking care of those people, that was basically what our office did. We provided them with the technology to be safe, with tradecraft and methods of communication that would allow us to keep a distance between us and them so we wouldn't contaminate them.
One of their best assets, Alexander Ogordnik, codenamed Trigon, a Soviet diplomat who shared thousands of sensitive cables. He hid from the KGB with Mendez's help.
He was the first one I know of who said, I'll take these risks, but I'm not going to let them kill me the way they want to do it. If they arrest me, I want an L pill.
Cyanide.
That was a cyanide pill.
That
Dang it,
pill was
Amy.
hidden inside a pen. When he was caught, he went to write a confession and bit down on the pen. He died in seconds.
People look at like poison pens in the pop culture and they go, did we really do that? Well, yeah, we did.
That's when Tony Mendez broke one of his own Moscow rules. He mourned Trigon's death.
The rule is never fall in love with your agent. And it didn't mean fall in love. It meant almost like a doctor-patient relationship. Don't ever let it get personal. Tony was so attached to Trigon. And when they lost Trigon, it was tragedy.
Who paid for that? Tony was the central character in the movie Argo, about how he rescued Americans hiding in Tehran after the 1979 hostage crisis by disguising them as a Canadian film crew.
You have to know your resume back to front. You really believe your little story is going to make a difference when there's a gun to our heads? I think my story is the only thing between you and a gun to your head.
He was part spy master, part ringmaster, had the flair of a magician and the eye of an artist. He carried his disguises in this painter's case.
We used to say that if you had a problem, an operational problem, and you could have a meeting and solve it, get Tony in, make sure he's at the table, because everybody knows that artists think a little differently.
And Mendez helped CIA think differently. This painting commemorating his work hangs on the wall at Langley headquarters.
How important are the lessons that you and Tony learned and wrote about?
One of the big lessons is that you do nothing alone. team. It's always a team. And this book is trying to call out that OTS team, the people behind you or beside you, or maybe even the people that you were supporting that were in front of you. Everyone in OTS knew that you don't do anything alone.
Donna and Tony Mendez never did anything alone, and they never stopped living by the Moscow rules. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
Talk about us remote viewing and vibing into things. Now, here's what I want to know. What I did when I did the search was just put in disguises. I kept it really, really simple. But now, you know what I want to see? I want to see virtual disguises. And I'm going to make a comma and type in technology. All right. Now, I'm pretty sure that you guys already know that if you go to your TV and you take a picture of the screen, it will appear to be blue. Green screens online are where people go to have sex with plastic dummies or with these guys that made a heroin avatar and then they whore her out and they say, hey, dude, meet me over in the green room. And they have sex and they didn't realize that it would infect the computer. It's kind of weird. So we're going to try to find out about screens. What is Smart Stage and how it replaces a green screen? This is also 7 minutes long. The channel is White Light Limited, and this is 1 year ago. So this is definitely educational. And you know, people don't make this kind of stuff to become part of a conspiracy. It's put here to become part of the research material. So under the Fair Use Act, of course, we're using this. Nobody's making any money, and we're trying to help everybody out. And anybody that doesn't like it can blow me sideways.
Hello everyone, I'm Andy from White Light. We're here to show you our mixed reality tech lab. And here
You can tell it's already virtual by its color and the auric almost outlining, especially around the pants. Maybe he's got hot crotch.
It might be the way I connect with the content. But we're actually here inside an LED video cube. We've got some LED video walls here from Rode. They're 2.8mm pitch LED walls. So I'm actually standing inside a box that I can see.
I'm glad Adam sampled.
Like this. So here,
and you know, Amy, I am glad you're glad we're glad.
On our media server, on our disguised media server. And this
Where's fucking tinfoil hatter at? I know PNR audiobooks is glad. I'm still not sure about tinfoilio.
See everything that's around here and feel like I'm actually immersed in this space. We worked on a project earlier on in the year with Discovery Eurosport. We built the Cube, which won an Innovation Award on Sunday night. And as you can see in this clip that's running behind me, Amy Fuller, athlete, she just walked into our Cube after being on the slopes. And she was very nervous, never been on broadcast before, completely untrained in the broadcast world. And she was able to interact with that content and immediately, within 30 seconds, feel completely at home inside that studio space. The same sort of technology we used for ITV Sport out in Russia for the World Cup, where we knew we had a very limited view outside of the studio window, and we were able to add an augmented reality dome using Viz over the top of that, which extended that view and allowed us to see the spires of St Basil's, which we wouldn't have otherwise been able to see. And that allows us to mask areas of the studio or extend our studio into a virtual world. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We have a real set extension that you can see outside of this LED video cube. So as the camera pans around, we understand
sorry.
where pixels are in the LED video wall and where we don't add them in virtual reality. Outside the LED box. This is a really, really flexible solution, and at a push of a button, we can reskin this model in real time. I can add new textures, I can bring in new objects. I'm now stood here analysing basketball. I can see that there's a ball here behind me because it's being rendered into our back plate. I can actually see it. I can avoid it. There's augmented reality objects that are in the front plate in front of me. The push of a button on my iPhone here will rebrand this set. So we're now talking about football. I can see that there's a trophy here. I can make sure that I avoid that trophy. I can reference the content that's happening around me and change the colour of the LED lines. All of this is happening in real time. Again, push of a button. Let's go and talk about tennis. So I'm now in a tennis studio. We can be analysing tennis. I've got an augmented reality element that's flown in here. This is being generated in real time. Lighting and reflections that are happening on it in real
Strike
time.
two.
One of my colleagues uses the iPad over there to actually change the position of the sun in our virtual world in real time. You'll see that
Trying to get it closer, you can hear the audio.
is moving and the reflections
The meteorite's jumping off the
in real
table.
time. So this might be connected to an external data source or to a lighting console.
And I knocked the
Just a very
crystal
quick
out of
overview
the
how
other
it works.
part
So
of it,
we're in a
which was on the
different
bottom.
environment, and we've got the schematics of how the
That's
system
good.
works. It all runs through this disguised media server. So we've got a couple, multi-cameras, 2 cameras with Moses Star Tracker going into a disguised media server, which is rendering the content in Notch in real time, going out to the vision mixer. So we have 2 cameras running into the disguised media servers. That's generating the content to their perspective, giving the operator a real preview of the content's going to be to his using Notch to generate the content in real time. This is the user interface for Notch. It's a very inclusive workflow that allows you to work in any traditional 3D application you might be used to working in, 3D integrate with the lighting console, integrate with external data sources, generate these worlds in a very simple way. So, jumping back into a different environment, I'm now in a boxing ring. This is a good demonstration of how we're taking half of the model and rendering it into the back plate. Here, and the same model is being rendered into the front plate in front of me so that I can stand inside this boxing ring and we're perfectly aligning.
That's how the Elvis stand in the clear box in the center of the studio that projects the hologram. I've seen that box. They've used them in the presidential media that's been manufactured as well. I saw them at the impeachment. Smaller boxes that are on tall poles.
The camera is tracking that and understanding what it can see through its lens, and then that's allowing us to figure out where everything is in 3D space. So within about 2 minutes, we can completely calibrate the system, and that will give us a perfectly aligned virtual world, real world disguised media server platform. Another very important part of this whole workflow is lighting. So if we turn the ambient lights off at this point and we're just stood in a dark box, you can see I'm in a dark environment. I'm lit as I would expect. There's some light on me from the
Tag jump room. Jack Black in that daggum jump room.
We have a source 4 above me. It's a real light. It's lighting me. The lighting desk is actually turning that fixture on, and it's also turning on the same fixture in the virtual world. So it's actually creating a light in the virtual world and blending that sort of.
Hey, guess how they made this alleged movie, which is the Akasha,
The other angle, so we can actually light the real world and light
and
the
all the evidence to bust the weirdos and crazy fucks and psychopaths and useless eaters and contagious plague fucking kamikazes.
We can do production months before a show. We can be looking at the different camera angles. We can be understanding what they're going to see. We can be planning things, building these 3D worlds. Nowhere near the studio. We only need to
I'm
get
not
to the studio
thinking that we should
when
have
we're ready
all
to
this
actually
stuff.
plug it in and go. That means we can save a lot of money in workflow, in offline visualization, and come up with
Next
bigger,
thing you know,
better
there's no
ideas.
more living people.
So I'm going to leave this now in the.
But they tell you there
environment
is.
And would invite anybody up to come and actually have a go.
What a great
Take
racket.
the content, get immersed in what we're actually doing here, and understand how believable and engaging this can really be. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no. Very good. And 2018 was the really serious year when all systems were completely hacked and it went to this code red kind of place we're at. All right. So here's the next one that's very important. And this is by Bark, the channel Bark. It's called Social Media Dangers Exposed by Mom Posing as an 11-year-old. And like you guys know, when I took those screenshots and exposed people that were marking their children to be trafficked or prostituted with all those stupid ears and eyes and, little bunny foo-foo fuck me running things. And they would put them on themselves if they were for sale. And there were even babies that had Facebook pages and worked at Facebook and ran their own page. That's how much shit I stepped in back when I was exposing all those things. I think that it started during the Elvis disclosure because they were doing it with his stuff. And, that's here again where there's so much trauma with this Presley story, and some people thought he was this and that, and then everybody starts fighting. But it was really about Oprah and the Nigerian sex trafficking ring and those pictures from the priest. But that could have all been manufactured too, because now I have surely learned a lot more. And then we're all learning together how this has been done. And I saw the other day on Twitter where somebody took pictures of the same newspaper on the same day, and that newspaper was running two different stories, like two different versions of the same newspaper. So maybe they do it by zip code or how much money you got or how retarded you are. I don't know. But let's see this. All events and text messages shown are real. Some viewers may find this content disturbing.
I never thought I would be chasing child predators.
Me neither.
It was 2 years ago when our team intercepted conversations between a 12-year-old girl and a 40-year-old pedophile. He wasn't just talking to her, he was abusing her, coercing her, collecting images and
They call it
videos,
gang
and no one in her
stalking. They
life,
do it to every
her
age
parents,
person.
Sixth grade teacher, or friends knew what was happening. I have a sixth grader of my own. I have 3 kids, actually, but you don't have to be a parent to be devastated by this. I work for a tech company that uses artificial intelligence to detect issues like grooming and sexual predation, and this is something we see constantly. These abuses are occurring quietly and mostly go unreported, and we want parents to know exactly what we know about what happens online. So we made a plan.
A man has been arrested for allegedly raping a 15-year-old that he met over Snapchat.
Instagram has become the #1 social media site.
At the top of the free
We
download
also see
chart.
firsthand the predatory symbiotic relationship that exists between Instagram and Snapchat.
We would create a fictitious 15-year-old girl, complete with a believable social media identity, put her online, and document how long it would take for a predator to approach her. But creating a person out of thin air is complicated. We needed photos, but we knew we couldn't use an actual teenager. It would have to be someone on our team. I'm 37, but our graphic designers assured me that with the wonders of photo manipulation, they could magically make me look over 2 decades younger. We bought clothes and accessories, studied body language and facial expressions. We methodically covered and edited signs of aging, wrinkles, weight shifts, and stretch marks. Meanwhile, we
I have a feeling
coordinated with
somebody's
the
already been
state
making some shows playing with ages.
then we built a
And I'm
story
in
around
it.
her, a history, a family, a social circle. Livy was born in
Oh, so's
2004
he.
and is a sophomore who recently moved to
Mm.
Indiana. We created multiple online accounts for Livy, prominently displayed her age, and posted typical teen content. We even created virtual friends for Libby who would comment on her posts.
Tag these
With
daggum
everything in
YouTube
place, we would
chats.
launch the project, give it a few months, and see if anyone would buy it. So we hit the button, and Libby went live.
70% of the people bought it. 10% of the people that didn't buy it were involved behind the scenes.
Posting on Libby's accounts, 7 adult men contacted her. By the end of 9 days, that number was 92. The conversations ranged in severity from making sexual comments to sharing and requesting explicit photos and videos to manipulation and threats. The onslaught was so massive, it took 5 of us playing Libby full-time to keep up. We decided to move off-site where we could scale up the operation and gather as much information and evidence as possible. Since Libby is 15, men might try to
That's
falsely
why they keep
justify their
leaving me
actions
hanging
towards her
out here
because of
where
her
I'm
proximity
safe.
to adulthood.
In the
When
ghetto
parents
with
question where's
psychopaths.
the bar, would a 13-year-old face the same barrage of predators? A 12-year-old? How young could it possibly go? The graphics team transformed me into a 11-year-old Bailey. Bailey is afraid of the
You
dark.
know what? Amy
She
said
has
my
never
phone
first
was
impression.
busy.
She still might be present.
Hello.
The theory might assume
Are the
Bailey would
windows
be
open?
insulated from any
Yeah.
sort of predatory attack. We
But
launched
I'm
our
doing this live stream and we're learning about how they manipulate images online to make disguises for people. You got a grown woman working for the cops. They can make look like a teenager in these virtual rooms, and they're going in to catch these fucks. It's pretty good.
So let's say 1 minute and 7 seconds. We have a message request.
Although this is alright, 2 more requests just came in. How much time? 1 minute and 40 seconds?
Yeah.
You know it's legal, Amy,
You know that is a child.
to make a
Also
citizen's
says
arrest. Can you
that the child
imagine when this
is
starts getting good
Another one, it's
and people
just
realize they can get a posse
boom,
and go make a citizen's arrest on somebody? That's gonna be fun. Hey, whose phone's ringing? I didn't do nothing.
Less than 5 minutes.
Or is that them or is that me? Dadgummit.
They all say don't be shy.
Sure.
Parents know just how dangerous these platforms are for so many kids. So we brought some on site so they could see for themselves.
But they traffic through
Bailey's
these
persona was
platforms.
approached with an even more disturbing
Harvest,
level of manipulation and
prostitute.
requests.
It's serious. Hmm.
While the majority of the abuse happened from a distance, our child profiles also received requests to meet up in person, especially our 15-year-old persona.
Or squat close to them so they can grab them up.
28-year-old Keith was relentless. Like the others, he took no issue with Libby's age. He shared explicit videos of himself. He treated the virginity of an underage girl as a prize to be stolen.
Kind of like
It was a
people's
tough decision,
identities.
But if Keith wanted to meet Libby in person, we would let him. We synced up with our law enforcement contacts, and within 24 hours, we were on the ground and ready to meet. We already had evidence of what he had done
I've
online.
prophesied about this kind of stuff. They've had a plan going for 20 years.
Me attempting to pass for 15-year-old Libby would be a challenge. But
I will. He's going outside. Our friend Sam is here from Florida, and they gotta move like a bunch of stuff back to Florida. They used to live here, so I'm sure that there'll be a lot of action here over the weekend.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting, isn't it?
Well,
But
wait,
you know,
do
it
you
really is what you were saying, that it's important that people see it and that they have a network of support. And that's the other thing we got to talk about.
So,
Let me put it in.
yeah. Have you ever... Are you okay with me being there? cyber tips coming in from the National Center for Missing and Exploited.
Mark turns over these potential child predators to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Using the app has led to arrests like this one in Florida last
Apps
year.
are hackable.
The
Tag
reality
it.
is that a predator doesn't have to be in the same room.
That's how ugly this war is.
He's a child. Libby and Bailey may not be real, but they represent countless children who are being sexually and psychologically abused online and in real life.
Why did they just say they're not? Oh, because they're acting as those children. Okay, I got it. I got it. Because they said this is factual and it comes from real life.
Hi, did you have a good day? Yeah. That's right. I love you too. Our work has led to numerous arrests, but it's a drop in the bucket. Our work, nor the work of law enforcement or legislation, will ever be able to protect children as well as engaged parents and guardians can. When asked, my advice for parents is to talk to your kids early and often, know what apps they're using and with whom they're communicating. When facing crisis, kids need a soft place to land. Make sure they know they can come to you for help.
Excellent. Okay, so real quick, before we dive down the next piece. Oh, wait. We got to have our song, the entertainment. And then we're going to jump into the two things that I do need to run real quick. One I can do quicker than the other one. So after the song, I'll do the latter of the two I just typed in. This is called Jamie Roquay, Virtual Insanity. It's official, so it might be the song would be up for a copyright. Let's just kind of check out his background. And hopefully we don't get in trouble because it's for education. And nobody's profiting, and hopefully he's cool. All you can do is ask nice and be honest. And if not, I'll get a warning from YouTube, but it won't strike against my account. Never has. Oh, those are beautiful. Let me share with you guys what Joe brought in. You know, he's on Facebook now, and he does the flower of the day. And he really likes the flowers with the dewdrops and the rain on them. Let me give you some background. Oh, they smell really good too, don't they?
Yeah, that's right, bro.
You know what? Maybe we'll fill up the house with them this weekend. These are peonies. Some people call them peonies. They really get heavy, and so they fall over if you get a good wind or a big storm. Torrential downpour. They will collapse. But I'll tell you what, it's nice to have them here and I can smell them. We have an old English garden. Those flowers are beautiful, and that's one of my favorite scents. It is really nice. Yeah, it's good. All right, so dude's done. That was exciting. I think the other guys showed us more, and it was more educational. Okay. So here's what happened to me today. You know how sometimes I give you the report, right? Well, consider that I am going to do the hair of someone that I've known their mother since I was 3. And so was she, because our mom and dads went to high school together and they had kids at the same time. And this kid is of the personality and soul group type that she hides all her trauma behind manners and smiley faces. I mean, you know, like those people that they really do love you and they really are nice, and they're smiling because they don't want to cry. And she lost her dad last year, so this was her first year in college. She's a redhead. I like to explain to people about redheads. We have a very super sensitive relationship with pain. We will either feel pain more than others, or we will be so numb to the pain that we will feel nothing. It's something about redheads and where we are in the disclosure on the different origin groups. Well, anyhow, now, here she comes walking up and smiling, and she had put on weight, but a lot of people are, and she was swollen. And she had a Band-Aid on her toe. And, you know, I said, what the hell happened to you? You know, hi, how are you? B. I was like, you need to sit down. And, you know, she's one of those ones, too, that, I mean, was just way more intelligent than her far-out hairdresser, because she was college-bound and very self-educated, no doubt, you know, because she really studies hard. And I'm trying to explain to her, honey, the rest of your life is going to be about self-educating yourself on raising your immune system and surviving. Well, anyhow, you know how when people get nervous and they pick the quick, which is, you know, right there in line with the nail bed, and it becomes your cuticle down here, which is what some people trim off. And sometimes you get a hangnail, so some people like pull at them and bite. And I don't know if you've ever done that, but you want to talk about just a hotbed of trouble, whether it's an infection that would ooze yellow crusty stuff, or if it was just really painful or embarrassing. So she had that going on. And I said, sit down. Because before people come in, I make them spray their underneath their shoes and their basic outside gear with this spray mist of alcohol, isopropyl alcohol. We don't believe in the toxic hand sanitizers here. We believe in natural things like cigarettes and marijuana and homeopathy and honesty and biblical oils to keep the plague off. Now, we have every right to believe this way, and I have a background in it with a license to touch clients and know how to analyze skin conditions. So Chandler makes fun of me because I act like a doctor. I don't act like a doctor. I act like me. It's the way I ran my business for 30 years. And if you're coming in my house, well, you're under my rules because I don't want to get sick from somebody being too sick to be outside. Oh, thank you. We got a lot of flowers here at the Big Yellow House. Some people think it's too crowded.
Hold on, let me get my Joe Thompson.
Oh, yeah, Joe is full of grace and style, believe it or not. I mean, but you kind of did leave it looking kind of empty, right? See, look at your shot. No, you need to look at your shot.
Spin it around. Give it to him any way you want. It's bodacious.
I like it like this. Look at how
You
good
should
that
back
is.
it up about 3 feet.
But I've only got 2 inches on the.
Oh, I'm at. Oh, okay.
See,
run to the-
you got to be very careful on this desk because
run to the thing, man.
you could fuck up everything and spill the water on the antique desk.
Correct.
Nightmare. Absolute. Hey, Amy Maxey says hello to you, by the way, Joe.
Right.
And then this fucking tinfoil man, he wants to know what I cooked you for dinner.
What you cook me?
Yeah,
A meatball sandwich for Mimos.
there you go. What I cook Ian, a fucking pizza?
Yeah.
A big expensive Emo's pizza with pepperoni and sausage or pepperoni and hamburger or
Bacon.
bacon. Shit of the pork. No, I'm just kidding. Don't get mad at me about the bacon thing. I used to love bacon. And you know what? I can cook bacon perfectly too. You should do it in an oven so it'll cook flat and you won't have Katie Roby parasites in the white mushy part. See, it'll all be evenly done. Nothing is burnt, seared, or charred. And it's just a lovely presentation. It lays flat. You can make fucking bacon and cheese sandwiches. My old favorite when I imbibe those poisons. See, I'll keep my natural chemical-free cigarettes until the end. And my natural other things that God put on this earth. Okay, let's get back to the story. So the kid is fucked up, right? And I'm giving her the business and explaining to her not only what she will do for the rest of her life, every day for the rest of her life, because her mom already has chronic toe trouble. You see what I mean? She's already got what her mom's got. Why? Because they share DNA and they cross-contaminate their stuff. You do when you live with somebody. That's why a lot of people don't ever really want to know anybody or like be around them. Pretty weird, huh? Well, anyhow, I taught her how to make the tissue salt poultice, and I taught her how to apply it to her own self because, see, most of these dipwads don't realize that the holistic stylist with the license, that would be me, would be breaking the law if I actually applied it because I could cross-contaminate
Damn,
and hurt
Chauncey.
myself.
You want to see what I'm stepping in?
Yeah, let me see. Oh,
I just
very
gotta
cool.
put some black on it
So
for another arm.
here's what's going on. Wait a second. Can you hold the flowers for a minute? Okay, see the fence? Joe and Ian just put this
I just
privacy fence. Well, but I was telling them what
Oh.
they're looking at. It was about 2.5 weeks ago, Joe and Ian installed this privacy fence. Thank you. That now keeps our dogs from getting enticed from somebody on the streets for somebody to come grab them up And then they wind up at the cop shop. But don't get me wrong, we're grateful. We really are. Man, that smells good. Well, anyhow, there you go. Anyhow, when you come here and you sit down and you spray the underneath of your shoes, but you got this foot situation afoot, you know. Well, now we have the person remove their shoes, and we actually spray the isopropyl alcohol on said feet before we start. So I made her apply it to her own feet. And then the thieves oil that I talk about, which was just a trademark name, we're really looking for an immune support oil. And guess what? Everybody's sold out and back ordered 30 days. Absolutely sucks. So her mama's still waiting while they deal with this unbearable suffering. And of course, her fingers were also in danger because when you have these open spots on your skin is your first line of defense, see? So I told her this. I said, you apply that tissue salt homeopathy to everywhere that your skin is red and inflamed. Now, this is a kid that's going to college, and she doesn't exactly know where that is. Well, let me tell you why. Because she's in denial. And also, she's got that hot, red, patchy skin that comes with high stress and anxiety. So, this kid's dying in front of my eyes, and I'm just supposed to talk shit and cut her hair? You gotta be fucking kidding. And this is my friend's kid, right? My friend just lost her husband last year. She's a little freaked out. Somebody ran him over on a main street road because he was drunk walking home from a local bar. There's a true story. And a bus ran him the fuck over. And that was at 10:30 at night, and my friend didn't get a call from the cops till midnight. Why? Well, because the gal driving the car wasn't drunk, and she was a nurse. Wow. A nurse must have been not really watching the road when he stepped out from in front of a bus, which is illegal. You know, you can't step out, you can't jaywalk and step out in front of a couple cars. See, that's like when people have forgot their social security number or their name or their fucking home phone number, right? And I'm sorry, but it is the truth. And I can't help myself. So they're really traumatized. And I think the best thing to do when somebody is traumatized is bring it to their attention that you realize it and you're there to help them. And that's why I piss everybody off, because I'm always late and I'm a Pisces and a redhead. Well, I also then taught her how she will treat the oil when her mother finally gets it in the mail. And, you know, you have to be careful about cross-contamination. And as a professional and someone that knows all the health regulations and infectious disease, because, yes, we study it in our books and we earn a certain amount of hours to become a nurse. I don't want to be a daggum nurse. I'm a holistic stylist, and I use non-toxic products and first do no harm and choose to use my license so I can touch people, because other people under the law can't touch each other. Tag that shit, especially if they're infection. Because, see, hairdressers aren't allowed to do people that are contagious. So you better know your business. Otherwise, you're just a dumbass and they never let you open for business. But who am I, right? Well, anyhow, we took her through every step and how to do what she needs to do. Oh, and she appreciates me helping her. And I said, you don't get it, honey. That's my service, and I've been doing it my whole life. And I love you, and I love your mom. The question is are you going to do it? Right? And this all goes down to who to trust. Because, her mom works for one of the major universities that's making a vaccine, and my poor friend's been sick for so long and on too many meds, and she's too swollen. And here again, I mean, this is the generation that's supposed to reproduce that already has fungus or some kind of an internal problem that's busting down their immune system. Now you get the bigger agenda. But anyhow, I spent an hour, which I'm not complaining. I spent an hour extending myself to somebody that might not have the mental capacity to follow through. Now, see, that's when you're wasting your own time, and sometimes you got to cut people off. But here again, she's a good kid. Anybody that can put up with my bullshit, which is all gospel truth, but with this voice squawking at you and giving you a hard way to go, most people can't take it. So they run away because they say I'm a what do you call it? Kind of like a phenomenon. My information is accurate and correct. But since I didn't go to college and I live in the wrong zip code and I got the wrong parents and I'm in the wrong city and there's this experiment going on that we busted and we're radioactive. Cry me a river. I guess they did it to build up a natural immunity against all fucking bioweapons in my case. Or is that because I'm true to my purpose? I don't know. I mean, if somebody was awake out there and they came with some actual information that will be exposed during the lawsuit if anybody's awake in there. But the TV tells the great things, And it doesn't matter what channel I turn on, they're fucking giving me a message. At least we get to look at flowers. What's the other thing? Well, it's all about fucking Twitter, no doubt. You know what the gig is with Twitter, right? Is you have to say your point in 140 characters or less. And I'm pretty witty with my words, let's be honest. Even though I'm not whimsical. I know how to talk and I've got a pretty high vocabulary. And I make up the story because it's real and they gave me permission. See, these other idiots, they're all just like bit actors that think they're going to get in the movie. And in the meantime, they get to steal and thieve and lie and act a fucking fool. And in the end, like I said, these were people that were already guilty. And like they're talking about now, they've got them moved, like Robert Phoenix, for example, moved to his new chicken coop where he can grow veggies. Well, these are housing facilities like what Rosie was talking about, the casinos that are closed down. Now, see, isn't that nice of the #1 international man of I'm the fucking maestro and get out of my way, that's got all his friends with him, to actually use all these vacancies to put people in. I mean, why not give somebody an abandoned house in the ghetto and let them fix it up and stay alive? I don't know. Somebody's pissed because they're getting something for free that they didn't get to poison. I'm not sure. It could be any reason, you never know. But let's go to Twitter. And then, you know what I did? Is on my computer, I did something that I don't really know what it is. It's called like push my notifications. And then all of a sudden, all the tweets that I guess the people that I hang around or something, I get to see them. But I'm on the iPhone. Now, of course, you know, this whole thing about Zoom and people singing and acting like they're amateur musicians and actors and shit. Well, you know, that's what you call the 15 minutes of flame, I guess. Or, I mean, fame. And it's all funny and shit, but in the end, it's not funny to be a shill. And Jimmy sold out a long time ago. And that's tragic. Okay, so where's my shit? I don't know if you've ever heard my profile. I'm at Susanna Red. I'm a holistic stylist, spiritual researcher, YouTube blogger. You know what? I wrote this years ago. I'm not a blogger. That's probably not a right thing to say because I'm not typing anything. Although all these other shills, they're bloggers and they're just talking shit on YouTube. So take it as you will. I'm the host of Sophia's Emporium and I'm a nationally accredited, board certified hair colorist with a license to touch you if I consent to. Okay. Now this is really gross, okay? Let me, I need more space, man. Hang on. This is fucked up. Okay. So we've been talking about these groups of people that are one and the same in some shape, way, or form, whether they know it or not. We're not here to argue with anybody. We're just bringing facts that have been confirmed by more than one individual. So now we're going to take it to the next level. Well, what I typed in was, did I just hear her say an ex-LA attorney? And then I said, well, the contagion on this face, you could not work in, for or around the public. You could serve up a case. Hashtags, Hogatha, Nose Check, the Loser Awards, Signs and Symptoms, and Artificial Swingers. That was the one reading us the erotic book earlier when we said, you know what? We're not listening right now. We do what we want to do. I saw this shit on his nose. You see the white, fibrous entity that I'm referring to in the center of his nose hole. Y'all see that, right? It's got like a white, crusty perimeter. There we go. Thank you. And look at the big dent on the center of the nose. Now, he claims to have rosacea. But what I saw today was pretty disturbing, which is that, oh, here's a better picture. Duh. See that red patchiness in the center of the chin? That's not his makeup. Now, the one thing I do know about, like, let's say Suze, you idiot, that's a mole. Well, what I would have to say about that is that generally moles that are irregularly shaped and black in appearance would be melanomas. You know, there's basal skin cell carcinoma, which you can have 20 or 30 years and live without it growing legs and eating your face. Then there's squamous. And squamous is one that the dermatologist sees as dangerous or suspicious, and they do a punch biopsy. And they go down with a hollow needle, and they bring out the whole core sample and extra. And then they send that to the lab, and they have to stitch you up because you've taken a large area of skin that would be an equal size to the circumference of said mole. I had a punch biopsy once. Okay. So that's our first picture. Pretty gross. Now, here's what I say on the next one. I hashtag skin eruptions and say you can only hide so much with makeup. Even the fair sex has known this offense. And I say observe the eyes, window to the soul. These two are not the same. Hashtag cyborg or hashtag reptilian alien. Because the one eye has a slit pupil. But hashtag Hogatha agenda, the loser awards, squirrel code, hungry hippo game, and hustles. She was talking about hungry hippo like she's waiting to eat somebody. Now, this is what's particularly disturbing. Because she won't stop, drop, and roll, and she keeps this up, you know, the sores come out. And like I told you, it's almost like a cycle, like a period where these worms and parasites are expunging, which is better out of you than in you unless you consider it's called biohazard waste. And it should be in one of them serious boxes like doctors got. But oh no, they dropped theirs off at the park or on workout equipment or sitting in a hair shop. See what I mean? Too bad those hair shops didn't keep their cast iron bowls or porcelain bowls, which weigh about 80 pounds. And they do not take in any bacteria, any contagion. You simply wipe it down with shampoo and water. Well, everybody wanted plastic. And now it's all about people getting the plague from the plastic and the rubber that was poisoned coming out of China. Oh, I'd lay my life as usual on it. But they damn well are going to prove it instead of just lying. So look at this. These fucking black things now are all over. And I honestly thought she was putting red makeup on because I'm that kind of bitch where I'm going to give somebody a chance. She claims, and why am I calling her she? He's he. He is a he. And he is terrorizing women by wanting the rights of a woman or to be treated like a woman or act like he looks like a motherfucking woman. And a lot of guys can't tell the difference between men with boobs like Rosie O'Kelly or other transvestites. And that's because the guys are blind. I don't know. Now, when I talked about remote viewing the Graceland thing where they were seeding the poison, I witnessed to the idea that I could see the ground turn dark and look like it was on a different dimension than the actual grass. It was also happening to the tree. Now look at the difference in the two eyes. Let me, hang on. Because we're all really trying, we're not making fun of anybody. And we're not dragging anybody. We are trying to stay alive. Does anybody other than me see two different eyes? The one is way bigger, more blue with a slit pupil. The other one almost looks kind of like what I'd imagine a glass eye to look like. greenish, grayish, speckled. Maybe some people call it hazel. And hey, you better come back. Okay, so it's the little eye we're working on. It almost looks like it doesn't have any depth. Where the one on my, over here, the left, see, here we go at the right and left, this eye right here. The pupil is not round. The eye, what I've come to see in a lot of this is the cyborg eyes will be blue. And yeah, the white and the silver. But to be that faggy and to wear that pink hair, anytime someone is turning bullshit out there and they're imitating red hair, that's code for kill Red Dead. And that's me from the video game. Just ask Unirock. These fuckers are ridiculous. All right. Now, I don't know any, if you guys do or don't know Rosie O'Kelly, but she is the queen of what's called the bottom of YouTube. She's made a lot of money, ran a lot of scams. All right, so here's what I said. Pros of shrinkage suggest most men secretly desire men with boobs. Men with boobs due to similar interest and disdain for strong women. Rosie is military, bought and paid for, he claims. This is why I say this. Because he says that the military paid for his sex change. Now, we know the military started letting in whomever, whatever, and you get the Chelsea Manning story, but I still don't really believe our real military is turning men into women. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I think the people that are running those programs are probably wasting money and have an agenda, to say the least. Now, Rosie says that once she started taking the special hormones that the military gave her and giving her the shots, that she grew the boobs bigger than the implants that were put in. I say that this is a psyop and that those tits aren't real. You know how like we were looking at the disguises and they got the pregnant belly? I think they can glue bosoms. And I think with camera tricks that they can make it look real enough. But this fucking fucktard next to her, his name is D-Dubs. And she helped him scam a van and he's homeless in Vegas. And she's got the rancho in California. And it's a fucking crock of shit. And they talk about this little Rosie that was murdered that they did fundraisers for. Do you know, I think that one of the many aliases that they ran scams on in my name, I think they're saying me, Rosie. I'd like them to prove who little Rosie was. And here again, this is why, let's be honest, there's no secrets. Why can't we demand legal names connected to accounts, even when they use avatars or aliases or fictitious names? Oh, well, you already know they got it. Give me a break. The internet was created as a World War II spy tool, not a fucking social media for mentally ill weirdos wasting time. I mean, it's about education that's relevant but doesn't fit the standard norms of corporate greed or control, is how I think about it. and I'm playing the game to win. So there's Rosie and C-Dub. I think she's a strong arm. I think that she wouldn't care who she hurt, whether it was male or female. And here again, she wants the rights of a woman. But the most important thing you need to know about Rosie, because he still has a penis. So I think first off, that should always be something that would be in records so they know who they're looking for. I mean, maybe he's got a vajayjay. You know, maybe they slashed his dick and flipped it inside out and made a pee hole. I don't know, but I think that we have a lot of questions that need to be answered about this transgender turning kids into boys or girls and not giving them a damn choice. Pisses me off. But when they're trafficking kids, you know, I'm sure they use disguises to make it easier on them. And you know, the reason I said pros of shrinkage suggest most men secretly desire men with boobs is because Rosie's hormones made his dick shrivel. He is not gay, he likes women. All I can think about is that he himself is a male prostitute. And he's kind of like the madam. And he'll pimp out whoever he wants. Because I don't really believe that there's a normal, desirable woman on the face of the earth that wants to get intimate with it. Especially when it is dangerous. I'm not sure what this is, so this would be the one that I'll give you a snippet of. And I said, hashtags, and guess who's in disguise? So these hashtags are who's in disguise and play each other with disguises on in the video game Avatar, game from hell that is now overtaking YouTube and mainstream media. Hogatha, Raksha Moose, Elephant in the Room, Mallory Williams, and I also hashtag the Loser Awards, my show and production, and YouTube Live, because these things actually appear live on YouTube, and sometimes kids watch them. Other times angry people watch them, and sometimes mentally retarded people watch them. And the next thing you know, what's up, Sam? Shit's flying off the hook, right? Now, here's my last hashtags. Disclose straw man name. Legal name proof. 6 degrees of social distancing and real wars. Let's watch it. I'm not saying I want to put you through the nightmare of the whole thing, man. If you dig her or think he's a nut job, or you just want to laugh at somebody be stupid but make you feel kind of creepy, you would go back to that erotica reading he read, which is a book that has been illustrated and looks like it's a book for kids. And I think it should be a banned book. Come on, YouTube. Now, the name of this program is called Lovas, Lovahs, Incorporated, Inc. See, they really think this is content. But what they're doing is they're passing their intel, and they are spies for different special interest groups like LGTB or like Democratic Socialist or like far wing, right or left or liberal or whatever. And that's why I say no labels. And if she thinks this is really content, then she needs to be mentally evaluated, because who I know her as is Raksha Moose, was C.W. Channer's best friend. He was a drug addict. He was in chronic pain from having an accident and his body falling apart. And he worked at local government and liked to speak at city council meetings. This is Mallory Williams, allegedly. Here again, these people cannot act like they have a right to stand on when they make up a fictitious name that is not registered. Oh, by the way, you don't even get a real face. So why even worry about it? Because it's not a real face. Let's get it up on the other computer, and I can play you a cartoon about weirdos, disguises. We'll keep it tight. She's gonna talk about running her mouth, and it's a dude. Whatever. They don't deserve a voice if they can't admit who they are. And fuck them if they can't take a joke. Yeah. Mailerizing the world. Oh, isn't that clever? And they're so snip. LOVAHSINC. See, she is like so fabulous. I mean, this is somebody that's really mentally confused. And which one is this? Y'all be losing it. Y'all be losing it because I am just fucking fabulous. Jeez. Let's just fucking speed this misery along. Oh, and she sings. So does Hogatha. Tag it. She's probably a male prostitute. Well, where's her talking? Oh, there she is.
Yes. Make sure that's on. Just waiting on 4 workmen to deliver a new water tank. Well, that does sound exciting.
So
There's
what?
nothing like a fresh new water tank.
All these different voices, I guess they own them too because they bought them, just like weave or fake hair.
Good Lord. Hello, my lovers. I'm here to work for you tonight. I'm here. Well, hey, y'all. It's me. It's your little southern dumpling from here in Central Florida. I'm just down here to make me a few extra tips tonight and give y'all a big old hug. A big old southern hug from Mallory Williams down here in Central Florida. I just thought I'd come in and do a little bit of working tonight. You better work, as the RuPaul says. The RuPaul says you better work. You better work. So I just came to work. Yes. Listen. I often say, listen, bitch. I wasn't put on this earth to work. I was put on this earth to work, bitch. There you go. Fundy Coast.
Yeah, I don't work hard enough, they say. They make all my money.
Hello, Fundy.
They split 50-50.
Hide behind the what?
And
The
whoever
pouch
runs
coat.
this
What is
operation.
that? Girl,
I
probably
say
my blood, honey.
it's CCN.
Probably my blood. So when they arrive, I will sign out and then pop back in when they leave. Hopefully, I won't miss too much. No, you need to leave this on while your delivery people are let them hear, let them experience
Could you
all that is
imagine her in
Mallory
one of
is.
them outfits?
So, like,
I mean,
who
him.
is that goddess running her mouth? And you can say, well, that's just Miss Mallory Williams from the Americas.
Right, it's the boy toys. A
She's
boy.
from the Americas. She's over there in the peninsula. She sure is in Central Florida in the Americas.
And what was so exciting about this is my
Hey, sweetie, Tweety. I see you through
Skunk
the
Ape, hey
peonies.
now, where's my wrench? Skunk Ape, you're welcome to fill out an application.
Oh,
You're
he's
welcome
part
to
of her
submit an
club.
application for wrenching. We're always taking applications here at Lovers Inc.
You're fired.
They will think I am bloody crazy. Oh, and they might give you a bloody discount. But listen, this chick is crazy. She
I
is
think they're
not
gonna
well.
give you a bloody
She is
nose.
all up with these crazy people from the Americas. Let's just give her 20% off and get the hell out of here.
Tag it.
Skunk Ape, I don't think you had a wrench.
They
If
want to
you
pay
did,
me part of my own
I would
profits to leave
streamline
them
my
alone.
wrenching. As
Welcome,
I
Patricia.
was trying to avoid future issues. I find the more wrenches
You know the
have out
flowers
there, the more
smell so
problems
good
they solve.
too. And they make a great head
Well,
bobber.
hang in there, Skunk Ape. You may get another one. Like I said, there's a few people that I
Welcome
streamlined
to
is a nice way of saying that
our journey
I
tonight.
minimize my wrench. I just
We're
think
learning
that
about
I didn't have
virtual
that big
reality
deal.
disguises,
Don't be hurt. Don't be hurt. Don't even take it personally.
which is what they're doing.
I just need a few little mods over here. That's all.
And what are these mods? How do they make you be
I
their
don't
mod?
believe in giving them away. Like
I don't
that.
want
Like,
nobody's
if
wrench.
everyone in here
But
had
Totally
a wrench,
Tucker
who would they
will
use it
not
on?
remove my wrench.
I
I
mean,
never even
right now,
asked
at
for it.
least we could use it
I
on
never
you.
clicked a
If
link.
you had a
I
wrench,
never
you
consented.
would get used
I did
to
not
it.
agree to their terms.
Want to borrow
And they
mine?
think
Come
they
get
run
your
the
bitch
boat.
here. $10 an hour.
And they want to bitch about
$10
mainstream
an hour.
TV lying to them.
Yeah, I'm going to be
Sounds
talking
like
about the
they're
state of
butthurt.
affairs this evening. If anybody wants to come and hang out with us, I'm a little hot.
Butthurt over Star Wars.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest.
Let's see what these guys are saying. She's introducing her shit.
This technique of image-based lighting that we've been using in computer graphics for years, but it used it to light a subject.
Oh yeah, and
And
these
then we would do shoots where we would
I've seen the
texture map
beams with the lights in their
red
eyes.
surfaces onto our image
Red
panel.
and white.
So the camera could move anywhere. We would do interiors, like Werner Herzog's office. And then you started doing things like building
I gotta get
sets
some
into
tea,
it,
y'all.
riffing.
I'll be
And the
right back.
spaceship with reflective surfaces. And so it became exciting because by the end of the season, it was like, let's start designing sets around what this could do well. Just like the good old days.
With Star Wars, we're building on a rich legacy of innovation and getting to partner with Jon Favreau to make his ambitious vision a reality. It's really a game changer for filmmaking.
They're on sale.
Yeah, I've been jonesing for some chocolate.
Well, that's hot or spearmint.
This is dark chocolate and spearmint. I got the one I want. Hey, what happened? Are we still on? I had to get some chocolate to go with my tea. Okay, so they're done. Let's turn her back. Him. I'm not. Do you guys think that you should have to call them what they want? Or do you want to call them what you know they are?
Hey, hello, how are you, Lubba?
You
Just a
better not be
question.
calling me out, LOL. Hey,
We're
beautiful.
talking about freedom of
Hey,
speech.
everyone in the side chat. Listen, MB, have you been a naughty girl? Have you been doing anything wacky dacky or extra sassy? Yeah, I said it. Wacky dacky or extra sassy. Have you been doing anything like that? Because I might have to malorize some MB riots. How about that? That would be an epic malorizing. Oh, good Lord, good Lord. Wow, that's not bad for this time of night and an awkward little. There's some folks up in here. Can we get a few more signatures on the guest book before I get going here? Anita Back Rub. Hi, what kind of channel is this? Anita Back Rub. This is a channel of love, acceptance, inclusion, and fabulosity. What else we got? What else we got going on inside chat, y'all? Who else? Who else gonna come in and say hello, lover? Hello. Once again, you can get my membership for just $2.99. You can become an official Mallory's Inc. lover. At the end of the day, the bottom line, it really is just a way to show support and support my channel. Give me a little nod, let me know that you like what I'm doing and you just want to feel part of things. It's not like I'm going to be giving new tours around my villa or anything like that. But there'll be some cute stuff. There's some cute stuff. There's some cute perks to be a member. I get to act a little extra sassy. Let us see. I have been good. All right, Mallory. Promise one doesn't have the chance to do a lot of follies during Corona. Well, this is true. This is true. But you do get. You know what? We're gonna make prank calls fashionable again. Anybody remember that show Crane Cakers from the early 2000s?
I got it.
Crane Cakers?
Hang on.
That show.
I got it.
We need to bring
I got
Crane
it.
Cakers back. That's what I think we need to do.
I was loading my game.
Reach out and touch someone over the telephone, honey. Let's see. Elvis Travels. Hello, lovers. How are you, Travels? Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so I'm just going to get on to it. Sorry about all the people that just... where do I want to start?
Lord
I mean, it doesn't matter where I start. It's all a big old hot mess. So let me just say this.
Ooh, those are burr.
You know what? But the truth is...
Dark chocolate and orange.
I really do
dark
believe
chocolate.
That there was room for calm. There was room for some.
Apologies, Amy. I'm not soaking chocolate in my tea. But what this is Culinara dark chocolate. Premium Belgian mint crisp. Dark chocolate. Cool peppermint and rice crisps in dark rich chocolate imported from Belgium. And so I had to get my tea, and then Joe went to Schnucks and brought back some items. And I love dark chocolate. And he thought of me while I was out. So besides that, I was trying to tell you about the fence. You know what that is, don't you? Is that gray thing was the first part of the artwork to make the aliens, and then the dogs, because the dogs want to see out. So the dogs are going to look through the fence, and people are going to see the dogs' faces sticking through the holes. And the alien needs another arm, and he needs, I said one big eye on the top, and Joe goes, no, because the dog's eyes are going to be coming out the hole. I said, I know, but if you have one eye, it would be like the third eye of the dog. And it also needs a very sharp, thin black outline to make it show up more. And I am an artist as well. And, in the end, he knows I'm right.
And then there it is. Listen, I'm gonna be honest.
We should get a cartoon.
Of course, I enjoy reading and watching the
another
videos.
show.
I mean, that's a separate issue.
let's not confuse my enjoyment for condoning the nonsense. Just putting it out there. Do I like to watch the lurking things getting longer now and more entailed? Yes. Do I like to watch Corey do her wink wink? I told you
She
so.
makes
I got
Corey
your
a female,
videos.
but
Yes.
you know, her buddy
Sure,
Channer
I'll watch it.
makes Corey
I'll
a
even
male.
like it.
Corey good.
But it still doesn't change the fact that, is it necessary? Was it necessary? No. It's just not necessary.
Here's Mark Rober. He
And then
invented
we've
some
got, who do
costumes.
we got well, Mara. Mara is armed and ready at every moment. She's another one. God love her. But Mara, she's her signature sauce is wink wink videos and wink wink face Twitter posts.
That
Wink
was
wink.
positive.
That's her signature sauce. She loves there's our girl. She loves to put out those wink wink gotcha texts, right? But it's just waiting for someone to respond, because once someone responds, oh, then it's on.
Right? Nobody responds to me because you guys told them I was scary.
If no one is throwing, no one is dropping, collecting the bait, no one is tossing the bait, there's nothing, right?
I thought it would
what
be
are you
really
gonna do?
artistic,
It gets
Amy.
awfully quiet down at the bottom. YouTube does it, because we've already witnessed it. It was quiet
Oh,
for like 2.5.
PNR audiobooks. They smell
But it was
heavenly.
quiet. And then, well, as we all know, that
Anybody that ever wanted to come visit us in real life. We have this beautiful garden.
We were able to contain
Oh
and
yeah,
isolate
it's really cool.
that piece of drama, and just package it, set it aside.
I got nothing like that in the yard.
Complete, finished, done. Do not open until the year 2025. Mara says, I'm a sneak. I strike the recoil back into my lair. You know what?
I'll tell you something.
Girl, there is a all y'all sneak.
Amy, remember how we were talking about the flow of the patterns and these synchronicities that are way above all of us? This is how brilliant this God with a sense of humor that invented the platypus, not invented like these guys, like created it, said, let there be platypus. So, hang on, my chocolate's melting. Sorry.
And then, like the center hand I showed her, and while we think this is brilliant, we're all about testing collective data. So we're hot to this up.
We gotta tag that hand.
You won't have to show up as last minute generic costume guy. So to get any of these costumes, plus a couple more I didn't even show you, you can click here at morphsuits.com or just use the link in the description. As always, you guys have an amazing and a safe Halloween. Now go down play your party.
I don't think those scary, gory costumes are ever funny. Where did it go?
Hello, call me Frenchie, my lover. How are you? I loved your comment the other day. Thank you so much.
Nobody wants to be
That was
anybody's
such a sweet
lover.
comment, darling.
That you don't know what their sexual orientation and their medical records say.
I don't know.
I don't care how
I feel like
they talk.
I feel like if I could just get with lurking for a hot minute, I feel like I could. I just feel like I might be able to maneuver. I would be able to maneuver and just say, on the other hand. I can be that on the other hand friend, right? On the other hand, well, that is one idea lurking, but on the other hand, and then lay out my case. Just saying. Because we know, I mean, I knew once that response comes, it wasn't gonna be but 10 minutes before Lurking's bestie came over and gave it a go too, which there it was, fired up the stream, and I'm like, here we go. These people cannot have peace.
It's a very good exercise in multitasking, like Amy had brought up, and being able to hear two different audios and not let it drive you nuts, and to get the code between the two. This is human intelligence that can only do that.
But I'm just saying, if you all could just, get control of yourself and think about it. You don't have to respond to everything. And every day, Mara, my lover, every day we don't have to tweet out. We don't have to tweet out cryptic tweets, right? We don't have to do it every. I mean, we just don't. There's just so much else we can do. And that goes to the other side too. I mean, they be doing some shady shit too. They have their shady shit going on too, right?
I've never been shady, Ms. Williams.
But we then respond. Then it becomes.
I just respond with humor. And you made the loser awards today.
Rise above the I'm not really going to respond to that. Maybe I don't have time. Maybe I want to run to the store.
Maybe you want to shit your pants.
Whatever I can say to that has already been said. I don't,
Maybe you're hiding out and on the run.
All right. Now we're going to get on to, I want to talk
Maybe
about
you're in a disguise that can't leave a room.
Apparently, the pirate ship is not happy with, Kyle. I hate to say that name, but I love Kyle. Kyle Fart Boy.
This is how they got important information out through the war. They would play music with audio, message over message, different languages,
quick as a whip, intelligent. He's his own person.
Anything to throw off the people that weren't school. Yep.
I didn't keep in mind. I didn't watch any of this crap.
Me too, Amy.
I mean, once again, what do I always say? I'm not interested. Like, I like Pirate, right? I like her as a person. I don't like the bullshit.
Let me give you
I'm not
a different color flower to look
I
at.
don't take the same ride as they do. Just like they're not over here taking
Ooh, yeah.
as far as I'm concerned.
There we
The
go.
crap that I'm talking about now, they don't care about
So while she thinks she owns her creative content,
lurking,
well, see, I've got other audio in it. A beautiful flower that she doesn't own, and look at the bug in the flower.
I
Shit.
enjoy her attitude or whatever.
Oh my
but I
gosh.
can't follow the
Talk
drama.
about
This
nature.
drama
Now I
just
gotta
not
trip out,
appeals
pull
to me.
the rose
I don't like
out of my
what's her
hair
name?
quickly.
Who is the
Because
one
it
with
might
the
have a
Britney
friend.
Spears icon, whatever her name is,
Shit.
Sam, Telfer, whatever.
I got a real story about
she's a
something
bill,
like
honey.
this.
That one is just a bitter ass bill.
I'll
I've
tell it.
already had her running out with that one. Who just came out of nowhere.
Oh,
I'm like,
good
that's
Lord.
not for me. I'm not for her.
I'm scared now.
I don't make it my business to go listen to her, go watch her,
Right.
go stalk
They all
her.
say they don't
I
listen to
do
her. They don't even know who she is. That is their plausible deniability in this scam. And look at that spider dancing around in our flower.
Bringing up the whole beach house thing.
This is not
No,
a
I will
trick.
not be releasing this footage. I got it all. That was a year ago. It was August ago. There's nothing more that can be said about that.
Oh yeah, the
People
shit
are
hit the
gonna
wall.
feel about it. It's not going to change. Y'all know how I feel about it. And
That's
that.
when the hearing was
But I say
overturned.
that to say, I'm not running over there to watch them clowns. I'm not doing it. I'm not interested. I am so out of the loop. I'm out of the loop when it
comes to what
No, you're in denial. You're playing too many characters,
when I'm not
Raksha.
into somebody,
You're a fucking elephant in the room, hog.
somebody gotta
Hog.
move. I can't.
And Mallory Williams is a crock of shit.
Unfortunately, I don't have a friend like lurking that sends me the entire goings on of YouTube 24/7. So I don't have a friend like lurking that just fills me in on
These guys are
every
trolls.
thing.
And they say that we
So when
troll
I
them if
say
we listen
I
to
don't
their
watch
messages.
anything, I don't watch it. I
I
can sit there and
disagree.
know everything somebody said, know all the angles.
Oh, I
and
have an
stories,
opinion
but yeah,
too.
I've never watched their channel. I don't watch their videos. I don't give
So do a lot of
you know what I
others
mean?
that want a message.
Great for
To be honest.
I
Just
don't
quit
have
wasting
anything
time
like
with
that.
this
So
bullshit.
I'm just opting out of it. Now,
Oh, we're learning stuff that y'all can't
Kyle
do.
apparently, okay, this is what happened. Apparently, Sam Telfer went on somebody's, probably Diana again. Yeah, I'm just putting that out there. Who knows? If, you know, just take what I say with a grain of salt right now. Because
Take it with a grain of salt and tag it.
she went somewhere on a panel and apparently
See, went
apologized for her
somewhere.
ugly ass
She,
behavior,
no name.
which I'm thinking has something to do with the way she treated Pirate, the way she probably treated Mama Beth, or just whatever it was. She just apologized.
Oh, and all
maybe
these
she didn't
people
even
apologize, and it
Morgan.
means nothing. They're
It's
supposed
some
to
sort of
mean the world.
apology. But, and I've heard Pirate do this before. I'm not
Who is
against her,
Pirate?
but we all have our ways, right? I heard her do it many times, where if somebody is kind of speaking up on a subject matter,
I speak up on subject matters.
where was the outrage for me? And I
When you
call
guys
her
tried to
because
kill
I've
me.
probably seen that 2 or 3 different times on 2 or 3 different occasions. I might have even been one of them.
Character assassination and hard
But
hits.
it's kind of, you know, it's kind of her thing, which I kind of understand.
No,
But
you
it
don't.
sucks when you know
No,
that
you
you've been
don't.
wronged. Nobody's trying to take her wrong away. No, I don't think anyone's trying to do that. But
You're stealing all my
you
money,
do have this
bitch.
resentment. You start to get this resentment when you're wrong, and then you see something
Right, you
don't
guys are
care.
wrong
You're
about
not
me and you
important.
resent
The right people,
me
put it that way.
because you
The
don't
right
love
people
yourself.
don't show up.
And now you have to hate
You know,
yourself.
show their outrage or something.
Oh, deep down,
and
you
then
feel
these
bad.
very same people who didn't show up for you will show up for somebody else, and during their
Right, y'all
outrage and
act
all
like you
that,
show
here
up
we
for
go,
each other and you
basically.
don't.
Sam's apology to Diane was, "I'm sorry I let you get
Sam
me
Telfer,
that
CEO,
mad. I said the horrible things about
is
you."
associated with Catherine Roby, Miss Wonderful, and LV.
So what? That's the apology was about that. So this was, if I understand correct, as it pertains to Kyle, then this is a situation where Kyle came in and said, "This is what Kyle said. Listen, Kyle thought that apology seemed sincere. She apologized. Basically, the attitude is, you know, when you apologize, what more can you do? You apologize. It seems sincere.
Talk is cheap.
And then
Action
I
is
guess people were still
required.
beating the hell out of her in the side chat. And that's what I think that's all Kyle said, was like, that's just not right. I'm ad-libbing here slightly. You know what
Oh,
I mean?
ad-libbing slightly.
But apparently, when he said that, the pirate ship people were pissed at Kyle.
So the pirate
for saying
ship
such a
people are
thing.
pissed because they didn't
Because,
listen
again,
to
it
the
was
king
like,
of
well, where was your
whoop-de-fuck.
outrage, or where was your being upset when they was coming at me and my daughter and this and that and this and that? And I'm like, oh my God. So Kyle wasn't in any way condoning someone's previous bad behavior. That's just what I just got to put out there in the world. He wasn't condoning this girl's behavior by any means. He was just simply stating, when somebody apologizes, you kind of got to accept it. I mean, at least accept it for what it is. And if
What
you
is
feel
it?
it's a fake apology, all right.
Is it an apology from a guy, a girl, a fucking avatar, a video game?
Maybe if Kyle wasn't, it wasn't even a
Inquiring
battle at
minds
all.
want to know.
Maybe it was just, you know, I witnessed something, I saw something, I'm public, and I'm just gonna.
Were you on mushrooms?
But the bottom line is, now he's been blocked by the pirate ship people. There's
there's a good possibility I could find myself blocked after this. I don't know. Even I got condoned
Thank
negativity.
you.
I haven't, you know, but
There seems that there's
you
inevitably going to
can't
be a day in the
always.
distant future.
I don't care what side you play
Seem
for.
just as
I don't
compelling
really
as
like to
everyday
use
reality.
this one,
You can't always have the
but they use
backstory
this to
in your-
imply
in your
sexual
dream
things.
either. It would be nice if life worked like that. Listen, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. Well, 110%. Sunday through Saturday, right?
And you should
But
never
life doesn't
mix
work like that. So you're gonna have
drugs
people that
like
agree
this
with you on some things and disagree with you on a whole slew of
because
other
they
things.
wrote songs about
And
it.
this is just something that Kyle just didn't agree with. He just didn't agree with people apparently continuing to go for this woman after she apologized.
I have no need to apologize. I didn't do nothing wrong to anybody.
So we're gonna block him out and we're gonna freeze him out because of that.
Well, we found out what
Unless
blocking
it's
means.
more-
You
unless
can't
it's
watch
more
what they're
that
saying
he's
about
getting
you.
to. We have-
We're not
I
falling
just
for
think
that.
I think people.
You can't harass anybody into
Put your big girl
doing that, or
panties
you
on
wind up like
and
this.
Stop. Like enough fighting with enough people. This is, you know, all you fighters out there, all you battle cats. You're not battling.
We're
with
not
enough
even
people
here.
for ridiculous reasons.
Although, when they record their stuff, it is not live. When I pick it up, it goes live. And that's how it streams. Tag it.
It's just us continuing down the funnel. Reality is where we are the creators, not the
Tag
created.
it on the
If
video.
we're able to build these places and fully
That's a
immerse
double
ourselves,
tag.
we can't tell that we're in a simulated reality.
Oh, we
We just
will.
might find out that we
That's
are
what we
like that.
study. Telling the difference between the two and helping others. Right, Amy?
The impacts of virtual reality on our world are going to last long after our lifetimes. Whether it be for medical, entertainment, or training purposes,
And you know our
it's real
friend,
estate.
he's up there saying, why aren't you respecting me?
Whatever reason you may have,
And
this is
of
stuff that
course,
everyone should be able to have. But in
we're
order to
putting
fine-tune
much,
your creative
much
thinking,
respect out to
you're
the
gonna
other
need to know the
people in this
basics of computer
chat.
science. Things
But,
such as algorithms, memory, and machine
you
learning.
know, we gotta go up to the guy that took off for a while.
In computer science
He's
essentials, we
he's
dive
somewhere
into
else
big
right
ideas in
now.
algorithm design by getting hands-on with a few specific algorithms and
I
learning how
don't
to
want to
design
mess
things
his name
yourself.
up.
Whether you're exploring computer science for the
It's
first
not
time, or looking
guru,
to deepen your
but
understanding,
it's like
we're developing
that.
problem-solving techniques to think like a computer scientist. If you head over to relay.org/aperture or click the link at the top of the
PNR
description,
Books knows.
you'll be able to sign up for free and start preparing yourself
And
today.
we appreciate
You'll also receive 20% off a premium subscription that will allow
their
you to take as
interest
many
in what we
real
do.
courses as you'd like. So get a head start on your future today. You'll thank yourself
This is
later.
like a coded name, isn't it? So we can see each person has a specific role that they perform here as they work through the positive side of the meaning of their avatar. Hey, I thought that was a long thing. Don't talk to me about Walgreens and needles. No. Wow.
No.
Wait, it can't
If
be
this was your
quiet
buddy,
for a
your
minute.
friend, your online is, you know, you were cool with this person, and we're like, listen, just say, listen, I don't agree with that. I don't
Hey.
agree with what you just said. And
We
just-
already don't agree with you, but here's a video for what is a virtual machine
The whole blocking thing.
in 3 minutes.
I just don't get it. I don't understand that, and I think.
By Victor Dose.
If I block, then I guess you've done me a favor. For the most, that's kind of how I try to see it.
Apologies to the last video that I didn't say the name. Believe me, the digital record and the Akasha knows.
Examples of computers are desktop or a smartphone. Hell, even some toasters nowadays are computers. Computers are
Toasters are computers. That's all we need is a hot head.
Without this ongoing, never-ending battle between Corey and Brookings' friend over there. Without that battle,
Software to the rescue. Well, nobody's proved that to us yet. We're sorry. I'm still waiting for the proof.
I just feel like our YouTubers losing their YouTube identity. Like, if you, I mean, that's a good question. If you don't have these daily battles, do you feel like you're losing a part of who you are on YouTube? That's a fair question. Do you feel like maybe you're not doing enough on YouTube to establish more of who you are beyond these personal disagreements? I mean, because if that's all you are, you should think about doing more. And I know these are all talented people, very talented folks. Everybody's got a talent down here, somewhere, somehow. Not all because none of these things touch my children.
Tag PNR audiobooks.
I see what you're saying.
I'm not saying this is him. I'm saying that he's in a grouping that bring awareness forward on this subject. Audiobooks, software, technology used in the proper application, getting the word out.
But you know what I'm saying? It's not about the particular business. It's not about the people. It's just about if you don't have
Everybody is enjoying this. No matter how nerdy some people might think it is. That's the dorks. It doesn't matter. We like it. Never stop learning. Damn straight. Kind of like that poor kid. I told her, you are in the school of life. Your new assignment is to self-educate yourself completely on how to keep your immune system up. And you know, I did say it to her. That's why people think I'm pushy.
Same old crap. And back on the whole beach house thing, that would be like me now, pulling back out all the beach house
no. This is this guy's nerdiest video ever. It's called Some Ordinary Gamers. It's seen 102,000 views a year ago. And it's called Making a Gaming Virtual Machine Virus Investigation. Shit. Let me, you know what? It would have been really good if I was like some mutant with 4 arms, you know, because I could have been doing all this shit and typing it all in. But unfortunately, I'm just a regular girl. Okay, making a gaming virtual machine. And then it is virus investigation by some ordinary gamers. Yeah. That's enough. You'll get it. Okay, here we go. I don't even think we're gonna listen to Miss Williams. Pain in my ass. You don't look so nerdy.
We're not going to be investigating anything, but what we're talking about pertains to the overall series. Today is without a doubt the nerdiest day that we are going to go for. This is one video that I've had to really sit down and perfect for a little bit of a while. And that's why it took so long ever since the PUBG virus video. I had to really sit down and think, how am I going to condense this?
Oh yeah, gaming and viruses and contagion and terror. There's got to be good guys. I think he's one of them.
Build off for a gaming virtual machine, but really the reality of this is, unless you're in this is your video. But
I'm
trust
so
me, this is
square,
gonna be
he
one
don't
video that's
care.
gonna totally confuse you. Next week I'll go back to the,
But I'm cool as hell.
normie shit. This week, if you're willing to put up with it, you're gonna see the 3,000% nerdy mode. And if you like that, then
You guys know Meatloaf is a brand.
let's get to building a virtual
There's all
machine.
sorts of people that sing his stuff. They're called Meatloaf Legacy.
Kind of a little pet project, but there are
Here,
actually
have
uses
some.
for this in the first place. For those of you who don't know, the Xbox One, which is one of the gaming platforms nowadays, it has the it basically uses
There's one of our
somewhat the exact
favorites.
same methodology for its purposes.
Yeah.
See, when
We're
you're
going to go
playing
back
video
and
games on
forth
your Xbox One,
verbally,
you're not
mind you.
running, I guess,
You're going to know where I
natively. You're
feel,
actually running a
and
virtual
we might drag this on
machine.
out for a couple weeks or so,
The
maybe
Be
even a
quiet,
month on a
Mallory.
really good drama.
Shut the
But
fuck
after
up.
that,
application virtual machine. So they all have the resources allocated to what Microsoft has said, but they never interfere with one another.
Oh,
They
this
can
won't be
interlink
nerdy.
at times, but they're pretty much their own separate entities. It's why things like Snap worked pretty effectively when it was still a feature of the Xbox One. I don't know really why it had to be removed, but hey, it did. Ladies and gentlemen, though, in this case,
Well, I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that, you know.
But let's go into building this virtual machine. I'll give you some examples of it later, but let's get started. So step number one is getting Linux. You want to use Linux as the hypervisor. We're building a Type 1
Well, what is
system,
it? What won't you do?
VMware or VirtualBox. We're going to be using directly the Type 1 hypervisors that are available in Linux distros out there. So for this, you're going to be able to get Debian, all right? And the reason I picked Debian is
I could
because
hook
I'm
that guy's hair up.
proficient with it, at least that's
Grows
what I use
straight
it
out
as a
on
daily
one
driver
side.
anyways. There's a bunch of Linux distros that are out there. You've probably heard of something like Ubuntu. You've probably heard of
And you know, everybody's getting high but me.
definitely an applicable
I'm
case for
working
this.
my
But
ass
I'm gonna go
off.
with Debian because it just
I mean,
works.
not
We
literally,
need something called OVMF, and as far as I know,
just
Debian has
figuratively.
updated variants of it. So really, you could use Debian, you could use Fedora, you could use Arch Linux, you could use whichever variant you want, as long as OVMF is up to date on that specific repository and variant of Linux. But let's go with Debian. So first thing you're going to do is you're going to get Debian and you're going to create an install media out of it. So make sure you get a USB that's at least like 8 gigs. All right, it has to be like 8 gigs. I think 4 gigs will work, but get an 8 gig USB. I have a 16 gig myself. Make sure you bring a USB drive. At this point, you want to go to debian.org and find the ISO file. It's pretty easy to download, but make sure you get the AMD 64
It's
variant
easy
of
for
it,
Omar
since that's
Corona.
what you're going to be using on your computer anyways. Once you get the ISO file, you're going to get something called Rufus. Rufus is a tool that will basically let you create a bootable USB drive from an ISO file. Get that tool, follow its guides, and you should have a bootable USB drive. I'm not going to get into the super specifics of building the installation media. It's pretty straightforward because the big bulk of this comes down with really setting up some terminal stuff later on. But when you have a USB drive for Linux, it's time to get to installing it. So before we do this, before we really go balls deep, we need to make sure that our computer is capable of doing a gaming virtual machine. And before we do this, we're going to have to make a checklist. Number one, you need to make sure you have 2 graphic cards. Now, these graphic cards have to be totally separate. So for those of you who are running like SLI graphic cards, it's not going to really work for you, okay? It's just not going to be able to separate when we get to the IO and MMU stuff later, as far as I recall. But you want to have 2 different graphic cards, and chances are you probably do. See, every CPU that you really have should come with its own dedicated onboard graphics. Pass over our graphic card. We need to make sure our integrated graphics is selected on. You need to make sure your processor supports Intel virtualization or AMD's virtualization. So it would either be VT-D for Intel or AMD-V for AMD. If you don't support these, you won't be able to progress further into it. You should stop right there. Your graphic card needs to be UEFI capable. And chances are, if you have anything over like a GTX 600 or a modern graphic card, you have a UEFI capable graphic card. Nothing to really worry about over there. You should probably have
All right.
16 gigabytes.
I'm going to do a security check while you guys are hanging out with our new friend.
So for me,
I'll be
have
back.
an Intel 8700K. I have 32 gigs of RAM at this point, but I'm only using about 16 gigs on this system right now, so I'm a little limited on that front. I have a GTX 1080, so I'm kind of doing this on hard mode because there's going to be some little iffy segments when we get later on into the situation that you just can't really dodge.
I'm checking out what's going on live.
Go to your BIOS settings first of all, so you're going to power off the computer, and you want to make sure you get 2 keys down.
A lot of the bad guys are off of the live stream that I've always hunted at, but they're still out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to remember what key that you're using on your computer upon immediately hitting the power button to get into your BIOS settings and your boot menu. So for me, I have to spam either the delete key for my setup, my actual BIOS menu, and I have to spam F11 to get into the boot menu.
Yeah,
So if you figured
nothing
this
but bullshit. Traumathon. That's the damn dumbest thing I ever heard of. Oh, besides prom at home with your dad.
because you're going to be using it for that. So spam your delete key and get into your BIOS settings. Now your BIOS settings needs to be UEFI capable.
Creepy.
Basically, the easiest way to check this, if your BIOS has a mouse attached to it, you're blessed.
Let's see what's going on.
So go into your BIOS settings.
Wonder what Ms. Wonderful's doing.
So these should usually be in your CPU settings or chipset settings, and every
Laying
BIOS
low,
system,
getting
you want
drunk,
to make sure
probably.
that you can set your primary display adapter as on. Usually you should have onboard PCI and PCI Express. So set it as onboard. And then you should also have another option which is called IGP multi-monitor. Enable that because it's going to make sure your onboard graphics remains on no matter what. Then you want to make sure your Intel VT-D is enabled. All that stuff is ready to go. And if you have things like Secure Boot and Windows 8.1 crap that's specific to that BIOS, you probably want to turn those things off. That being said, once you've made all those necessary changes to your BIOS, exit it, make sure you plug in your USB, save your settings, and then spam your boot menu upon it rebooting again, and select your USB drive.
I got him, Amy. You ready?
So hit graphical installer.
Let me type in what this says.
Debian Linux installation. And once you're done, it's going to load up a step-by-step installation guide. So all this is your regular would. There are a couple special exceptions we'll get to, such as partitioning your tables, partitioning your drives, rather. If you have a totally
Alright, cool.
install Linux 2, that would be great. If you have another SSD drive, otherwise you're going to have to get used to partitioning.
Gotcha, girl.
For me, I had a separate hard drive that I just connected via USB, standard SSD that I had. I plugged this in, and I selected the entire drive.
Okay, so we typed in the name of that
Then the next big step is
video that we're listening to. So we gave everybody a taste of that, right? Let me get a little visual up for you to go with this. Boy, now, never forget this guy has dropped EMP weapons, is involved at top levels. Be ready for any attacks. We're protected. We're not really worried about that. And since this isn't his real image, he can't bitch it about it because it's not him. This is somebody I know in real life and have all the phone numbers for. And if he doesn't behave tonight, I'm going to fucking call him. And I'm going to bring my phone book out. And I'm going to do to him what he does to others. So let him be warned. Fucker. I'm tired of being harassed by these idiots. Isn't that funny? I mean, one thing says one thing. And isn't it funny how this will clearly illustrate to everybody that supposedly we couldn't do this because it's not an option, because it doesn't offer it. But here at the channel, on the computer it does, but not on the phone. Let's go. Video unavailable. The video is private. Wow. Talk about fucking dirty deals done dirt cheap. So, I can't show it to you on my phone because the option is not there on the phone. I am on my computer. So if anybody else is working on a computer right now, type in Monograph channel, and he's using public digital waves. and passing intel secretly. That's not allowed. And on this screen, there is no name of his channel. There is no options. All I'm getting is a black box with white print with an exclamation exclamation point in a circle. It says video unavailable. This video is private. Did I mention this isn't Meatloaf, it's Meatloaf Legacy? But that's okay. We don't want to get confused. We're going to listen to the most important update 4 days ago from the U.S. Air Force. States a con man on reporting on the big 5G. But he calls it 5-7 because the seventh letter of the alphabet is G. Well, I'm 5D, and my maiden name starts with G. So under the Fair Use Act, I believe that this video is slamming me and dropping false intel. Oh, I'm serious.
How's everybody doing today? I certainly hope you're doing well. I just want to make this
Look at his laser glasses. When he turns to the side, you'll see these laser lights. And these are virtual glasses that have fake coverings on them.
That's right, sure is.
Right.
It's in black and white. It was done decades ago. And this
Hey,
way,
Mr.
everyone can
Audiobooks.
see that report.
Who are you asking if they found you on Twitter? Because I just know you from YouTube, but I do want to address the question.
See it for yourself. So here's the issue. The reason why you need to see the information is because it was a white paper that was published by
This guy is the one that's
like
involved
I said, decades ago.
with Catherine Roby that stole my YouTube channel.
And there's no escape. So what I'm just trying to say is,
No, there's no escape.
all of these people in the big 5-7 in the telecommunications industries were in the congressional hearings. They lied under oath.
No
They know
kidding.
they did. And shame on them. Did anything happen to these people? Nothing. Is
I'm
anything
waiting
going
for
to happen?
my
No, nothing.
justification from this.
Because these people are immune from prosecution. They're immune from civil torts. They're immune
He's
from
immune
everything.
from
Because
prosecution,
in
he thinks.
telecommunication, essentially the mafia,
He's so drunk
the
and cracked out,
telecommunications lobby is what it's
he don't know which end's up. That's why his eyes stick out of the sides of his head.
They have a lot of power. They have a lot of money. And,
He's got a metal plate in his head, his monograph,
trillions of dollars.
and his damn soap.
If you can imagine. So I want you to see the report with your own eyes. You can see it for yourself. You can pull up the information yourself.
The big
And that last
5G.
live stream is
I mean,
just
5-7.
for entertainment purposes only, and all, right?
I mean, 40 chess.
So just, having fun and all.
You're not having fun, you're hateful.
But anywho, I'm going to go ahead and end this live stream.
I ditched him out of my life in 2013.
I'll put the link down here.
See the light?
It is right here.
He doesn't show anybody nothing. He just turns to the right and to the left and
From Tweeters.
fires off weapons.
Mr. Ron Johnson did a fantastic job, by the way. And he'll even give
I bet he
you
doesn't think I'll do
in the
this.
video. He'll
Hang
even
on.
provide the person who signed the documentation along with the exact
I can't even get back to his Delphi channel
with the United States Air
without some
Force.
work. Hang
They
on.
conducted the study, and you can see it with your own eyes. Hold on a second. I need to manipulate the URL a little bit because it's trying to pull a feature.
Tag manipulate the URL.
There we go. All right. So here
is the link for the people in the chat or the people on replay. There it is right there. You'll see monograph and highlighted in yellow. And, he's a good narrator. He's a pretty good guy. And he provides the unequivocal, irrefutable evidence. And, of course, the people in the congressional hearings.
Want to be interesting? If our next guest plays the same game, then we'll have collision.
2017, there was some by the Iranians on the NIH website dealing with the sweat glands. And a lot of other people in telecommunications that have been installers dealing with.
Oh, yeah, telecommunications is the name of the beast.
Atmosphere, which is about
Bulworth movies showed us that.
of installation. Okay? So anyway, I'm going to put that in a pin.
Yeah,
Link the
I
link.
don't see nothing yet, but I know we're early.
And in the future, if anybody from the press, anybody from the alternative media, anybody in the,
Hey,
let's say, mainstream,
Where'd my
semi,
legacy guys go?
in other words, they're not really mainstream, but they're showing
Oh,
websites that
Gum.
would be under the mainstream, like Salon.com, Huffington Post,
It's under
The Hill, any of these clowns. Be sure to give them the link and say,
I'll
"And
show you
say-"
what it's under.
Exactly. Okay. Don't forget to look up pulse arrays and all that stuff. With this big ball of wax, I'm monographed, and if you can't speak really
You aren't
originally,
monographed.
not free, happy, and wonderful.
Fucking lion sack of fuck. Toodles. You know you're fucking a dorky dude when you say toodles. It's like saying whoever or anywho. My dad was a dork. I gotta admit it. MLC concerts. And let me show you something about technology. Let me show you something that will blow your flipping mind. Because what we're doing is learning about disguises, virtual disguises. But like he's one of my favorites. What he basically teaches us is that he is a brand. And what that means is he's actually a producer behind the scenes, but nobody knew it. And he tells a lot of really good stories. I mean, this is a fascinating channel, MLC Concerts. Capital L, capital M, capital C, small concerts. Give me a break. So my computer is moving slow and a little bit retarded. Mr. Computer Head must be going and getting somebody. Let's see. Now, let me get this up on my phone so you can see it. Wait till you see. You won't even barely be able to believe it. So, what you're going to see would be the explanation of, oh, come on. Dadgummit. You know how when you can't push your videos farther down, like you wish you could push it down 3-4 months back, but it's almost like you can't do it. Okay, so there's so many choices, but here's the one where he's going to show you his intelligence and talk about Rocky Horror Picture Show, which I got to admit is my favorite. But I feel like you need to see this first because it was only 2 weeks ago. And this guy somehow is able to get up and move around, but we know that he has Parkinson's. And, you know, Meatloaf was internationally doing all these concerts and bringing this whole new group of musicians and skilled actors and things in to keep his music alive. But here he is on the QVC Shopping Channel promo, and it's 2 weeks ago, and only 345 people seen it. Now here's what I'm saying. This is manufactured media, and he runs QVC or has got some stake in it. And he can do whatever he wants there, and they're going to interview him. So I got it up on both, like we like to do here. And here we go. Look at this jacket. We know that's the gal that sang with them back in the day. That's right. This is his new CD. He's going to sell it on QVC instead of Walmart. He's currently under major investigation. They don't have no right to take all the music. I'm gonna give you all the love that I can. Oh yeah, we got the sunshine, we got the good friends. We don't see the win all the time out in the wilderness. She always looks fine. She's gonna be the one to make it, and I'll be two steps beyond. You know that I'll give you all the love that I have. I'll empty out my pockets and I'll give you what I can. You know that I'll give you all the love that I have. I'll give you all the love that I have. Los Angeles, Los Angeles, Los Angeles. I'm gonna give you all the love that I can. Who's talking about a teddy bear? You better tag it to Elvis. He's talking right to me. Look.
Oh, you ladies out there, especially the ones who've shown a little love.
Oh, I've shown you a little love.
You believed in me.
I've always believed in you. I love you. I've always loved Meatloaf. I got all three bad out of hells. No, I'm saying Walmart. Here, Walmart. This is just my belief. I didn't see it on any media.
I'll give you all the love that I have. I'll give you all the love that I have. If it wasn't for you, there would be no me.
Just save me from loving. Did you save me from loving? How are you? So nice to
Fantastic.
meet you.
Oh.
Okay, so we have heard that this is the best album since that one, and
Well,
probably one of the
no,
most
no.
important projects.
Okay, yes,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you this. It is
Okay.
the best album since that one. I would never say anything is better than that one.
Okay.
Because it has touched too many lives. So
Sure.
nothing can ever be better than that. But this is the most important record of my life because the producer, I'm going to get in, who is the best producer in the entire world.
Yes.
Tag number
named Ron
one.
Cavallo,
I don't give a
said to
fuck
me,
what name they
I'm
call
not
him.
making a Ron Cavallo record, I'm making a Meatloaf record. And he did. And you know what, folks? And I walk toward that camera while I get out of the way.
You just come on. We'll walk right over
Look
here.
at him.
Right to that camera. And I want to look right.
I'm looking right at y'all fucking damn
You
day.
sitting out there. You know what?
I
You like
kind of
rock
get
and roll
tired of
music.
it.
You want this record. You got grandkids that like rock and roll records. You want this. You want to put it in your closet for Christmas and give it to them. You got sons, you got daughters, you got aunts, you got uncles, you got neighbors. You want somebody that likes rock and roll. I'm standing here looking at you straight in the eye, telling you this is one of the best rock records of the year. I'm sorry.
Pretty smart way to get that CD
What else
out.
can you say after that, right? So if you want a copy of Hank Cool Teddy Bear, we have got a launch right here at QVC. Not only are you going to get the Hank Cool Teddy Bear, but you're going to get a bonus album that has live songs, right?
Oh, live songs. Yeah, the live songs are great. Recorded all. This is the band back there, the lovely band.
Did I type too many
Can you
words?
share some more?
What the
Can you
hell?
share some more from the
I think
album?
I can
We
type
can.
all the
Just
words
do
I
it.
want.
I just want to give you this real quick.
Okay.
The album is based on a short story by a friend of mine named Killian Kerwin
Okay.
in LA. And it's the story of a soldier who is dying in a it's in a fictional war. And
See, it's all
life flashes
fictional.
forward
Tag it
instead of backwards. And at
for the
end,
movie,
he
and to catch the bad
realizes
guys.
that he can be anything
In
he
this
wants to be
Matrix.
other than an outlaw.
Okay.
And it's an uplifting record, even though
Tag
yes,
them,
it's
not
a rock record.
polo
it has a
shirts,
message,
insurance,
and the messages.
policies.
Let's do.
Let's take a listen.
Well, okay, go
Right?
ahead.
You got
Well, this is now we're going to do an old record. Now we're going to do an old song.
Well, let's go.
Something they all know out there and love. And
Well, one of my
just
favorite
Go to
songs?
the other side of the room. Go to the other side of the room like you're at a wedding right now. Okay. I think that's what.
Now remember, you got
You walk to this
Parkinson's.
side of the room. You walk to that side of the room. That's after you.
Your
go to
back
Hank Cool
hurts.
Teddy Bear, and we're going to do Paradise by the
What the
Dance
hell's
Floor.
going
Let's
on?
do it.
Here we go.
Don't be shy.
Oh, I won't. You ready? Well, I remember every little thing as if it happened all yesterday. Parking by the wagon, there was not another car in sight. And I never had a girl looking any better than you did. And all the kids at school, they were wishing they were me that night. Ooh, I'm not in the key of you tonight. Never felt so right. Come on. Come on. Hold on tight. Y'all better hold on tight. In the deep dark night, I can see paradise by the dashboard light. Though it's cold and lonely, the deep dark night. If I get laryngitis, somebody's getting in trouble. I've been talking too much this week. Sounds like he's been up to stuff too. Who else could do this but the real Meatloaf? Ain't no doubt about it, we were doubly blessed. We were barely 17 and we were barely
all the way tonight. We're gonna go all the way tonight. We're gonna go all the way tonight. We're gonna go all the way tonight.
Right, fucking knock him upside his head. Stop at third. They had to change a word to make it not be under the old rules of the United States of what the fuck. This is a shorter version, as you can tell. Gotta know right now what the hell's going on. Don't believe it until you see him in real life, girl. These fools are fucking whack. Like a tidal wave. Well, somebody gave you a bad haircut. All right. So look.
It's really an honor to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been a big fan for so many years. I know a lot of people in the audience
that's
have
weird.
people watching online, so it's really.
It says it's done up here.
Congrats on the new album.
Yeah, I happen to think it's spectacular.
I just accidentally hit it. No, I'm not joining Facebook. I already have a million accounts.
Right?
Not only myself, but
see, it says it's done up here.
Jim wrote a letter that is posted on my Facebook, and the beginning of his letter, Jim's time.
We're just waiting to catch up with
He
ourselves.
was very apprehensive going in to start this record. He didn't know what we could do and what we couldn't do. And his
Tag, he didn't know what we could do or not do.
It's one of the top 10 records ever recorded.
One of the top 10 records ever recorded. His brand new release.
Disappointing thing is I wanted to be a symphony.
It's his real
of new
voice.
tracks.
He's classically trained opera.
You have to have tracks because it really is.
He owns all his old tracks.
Piece, and it plays
they have his biometric.
Sure. Here you are teaming up with Jim for the fourth time for a full-length album. Can you talk a little bit about the magic that you guys have together?
Well, on this record, the magic was very interesting because 3 of the
Tag
songs
Alchemy.
he wrote when he was 19. And the very first song that opens
That's
the record
the year they're initiated
is
into
the
their
first song he ever wrote.
secret
And
lives.
he wrote it at the age of 19. So I decided that what I would do.
Why don't I have any fucking visual for this?
Every song.
This is the one maybe about Rocky. Hang on. They just might be ahead of me.
But you're 68. How do you get rid of all that? I'm an actor. You give every character a backstory. I created
This is
his
very
parents,
important.
Every song. I created his parents. I created where he went to school. I created his friends.
Listen to every word he says.
Came down. And then, like on Who Needs the Young,
we're going to be
He's
about 2
very
minutes and
angry.
30 seconds in.
I'm not going to tell you what
I'll
he's
get
angry
it timed.
because the two things that have always happened between me and Jim.
Tag Jim.
has never once
He's code
told
for
me
Jim Morrison right now.
why he wrote a song and what it was
Remember, Jim Morrison
about.
sings
He
Elvis.
knows I sing in characters, and he's never once asked me what is the character.
Tag it.
Jim says,
Nobody knew the character.
when he's producing, says. two
Sure,
things
Jim's
that
a
he did on this
producer.
record.
Slim
Jim, how was
Jim.
that? Punch the button, playback. I've heard you do it better. Okay. Next one is you're not singing the right melody.
He's a writer.
Yeah.
Writers
Oh, and number one's a
not
stickler.
singing the right melody.
When do you come up with those characters? Are they on the spot, or do you go into the studio with something in mind?
Oh no, I don't. They're not on the spot at all. Souvenirs. I didn't sing anything for about a week when it came to the character Souvenirs, because it was I was trying to give them a backstory. And get
Everybody's got a
entertainment.
backstory. Amy, that's
And
how
it
they
kept
write
me
it
in
before it
35.
happens. And then the bad guys get it and shit on
was
it.
driving me insane. And it
You know,
came
I'm
to
talking
the
to
point
everybody
where
else.
I'm not
But
gonna
Amy
play
and
with
I
you
are in a
anymore. I'm
private
not gonna play with you
discussion on the
anymore.
phone now.
Well, these are the
Not
lines
right
of a
now,
13-year-old.
but it's about tagging things in without disclosing anything that would be harmful to her.
And
then y'all get to learn.
Then I had
And you can choose to talk to Amy
Thank God for the
and ask her
13-year-old.
questions, and she can field them.
Do you keep those characters in mind when you're performing live?
I gotta go
Oh,
fill something up.
yeah,
Be right back.
When I'm performing live, it could be a mistake. I don't listen to myself sing. I switch characters on stage, and I go from the Brando school of where Brando, before he would ever study any lines in the script, he would almost get the mannerisms of a character. Now, most people don't see it and don't realize it, but every song is a different character, and every character has a different movement. So I spent a lot of time on, okay, what is this character going to do? This character is going to leave us in the mic stand. He's going to do, his hands are going to do this, his hands are going to do that. Because there's not a lot you can, it's different than a film. There's not a lot you can do. It has to be with your hands or your head or how the mic stand is tilted and things like that. So, but every character has a different movement.
I love that. So here we are about to release a new album. When you're about to release Bat Out of Hell, the first one, record companies didn't like it, right?
Not only record companies, I only knew 10 people in the world that liked it.
That is impossible. It's one of the best-selling albums of all time.
Well, it took it 10 months.
Yeah.
I mean, people literally hated that record. And I've got people now, because it was released in the UK last week. And so I went on to Amazon to see what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And in some of the 5-star reviews, I was reading, when I first heard this record, I hated it. But I listened to it again and I went, oh, wait. And they said, then listen to it the third time. And I went, wait, I'm starting to get something. And they said it by the fourth time, they couldn't believe how amazing it was. And that is because Jim and I, Bat, when Bat came out, it was like nothing else.
Right.
There was no other music like it. This album, Jim and I had the same conversation. We don't want to do Bat Out of Hell. We don't want to do Bat 2. We want to do something that is completely different than either of those. Instead of repeating ourselves, something different than any of those, and do something that is completely different than anybody else is doing out there.
And I think you achieved that. I mean, it is like nothing else. I mean, just hearing, just in that small clip for some of the fans I've heard.
Oh, yeah,
it's not out yet. Yeah.
We definitely achieved that. I read yesterday, somebody said, speaking in tongues is too high of a key. Well, on the left-hand side, there's two harmony parts. On the left-hand side, that's me singing a third above it, so it wasn't too high. And that's Justin, the piano player, singing the other side. So we decided to do it in a 3-part harmony. And so I'm singing the lead and a third, and Justin singing the other third. And then Stacy comes in and blows the roof off the place.
Well, you always have great accompaniment on a lot of your albums. So.
Oh, and Carl and Ellen were amazing. And I think Jimmy called Ellen first, and I called Carla. Carla was in. And so then Jimmy said, "You need to call Ellen." I said, "Well, you're going to call her. I'll call her." So it took and Ellen was waiting for me to call her. And when I called her, she was
I'm back.
And then we put a little trick on her.
I got the special
Because Ellen
healing
and I
magic
totally
stuff.
did it. Ellen never got the appreciation or the recognition for Paradise by Dashboard
This
Light.
man is a
Because when we went to
genius
shoot the video,
and a good
it
soul.
was Carla in the video. So everybody assumed it was Carla singing it. Well, when we shot the video, the guitar players that were in the band
Thank you.
didn't want to be in the video. They thought it was stupid. So there's two guys playing guitar in that video. I don't know who they are.
This
I
goes
had
back
no
to their
idea.
house
I
band.
look at them, I go, who are these people? And
So now you get
and
how
CBS didn't want to let us do it.
the dude I call
So
Adam
I called
was
up
in all
Lou
these
Adler,
different bands
who produces
and heavy
Lou
metal
Adler,
and all sorts of music
who
I
produced
never
the
knew.
Rocky Horror Show. And also at dinner, when I first went out to Rocky Horror, Jim.
I went to
myself,
Rocky
and
Horror
Lou
over
had dinner
100
together.
times.
And Lou looked at Jim and said, if you two don't work together, he said to Jim, you're crazy. And so Jim, I think Jim really respected Lou. So that's when it really got serious. And that's, I forgot where I was, but anyway. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
We're pulling a trick on Ellen and Carla. And we.
Okay, don't take any
Ellen was flying
offense.
from New York, Carla was flying from Indiana.
Mr.
And we
Audio
booked them
Books.
so they would land within 2 or 3 minutes of each other. That's every car is kept in the same hotel. When Carla, I think, was already at the desk, Ellen walked in. And I'm sure it was Carla that said, let's have dinner. They had dinner. I have no idea what they talked about, didn't ask them. Next day we had 2
Not
cars.
trying to
booked
blow
out,
anybody's
so we
cover.
come separate. We got a call, we only need 1 car.
Got it. Yeah.
So there was no tension, and it was just down to work and let's do the song.
Let's do it. Let's do it. You know, you had
Yeah.
that comeback in the
Let's.
mid-90s with Better the Hell, too. And did you think ahead at a time when you put out the song, I Would Do Anything, I would do anything for love, but I wouldn't do that. Did you know that people would be asking you what that is for so many years? Did you expect that?
No.
Oh, it's a trivia
Mm.
question. Are you kidding?
No. In fact, it was Jimmy in the studio.
Tag
that
that
said to me,
daggum Adam.
Nobody's going to know what that is. And I said, of
Jimmy's
course they don't.
code.
People aren't stupid,
No,
Hey,
people
they'll know
aren't
what that
stupid,
is.
are they?
Jimmy, it's right there. It's right there on the lyric. How can you not know? And so we bet $100. I lost $100.
Tag the bet they've been having go on
and,
behind the
and I had
scenes
to,
for about 3.5
I
years.
swear, 1,000,000 times.
So King
Yes.
Arthur could
And
retake the
for those of
kingdom
you who want to know
and Robin
right
Hood
now what that is,
could regain
is
what
the
was
line
stolen from
before
the people
every
of Sherwood
chorus. And I
Forest.
think there's 7 of them or 8
Oh
of them.
yeah, and
One
God
of
is
them is
kicking
I'm just
out
not
the
doing any living
Antichrist.
out of my life. I'll never do
I
it
mean, this
better
is
than
the way
do
I
with
get the
you.
story.
I'd run right into hell and back.
Tag it.
The problem is the way Jimmy writes.
They say I'm an angel that got trapped in hell because they lied to the
I'll
devil.
do anything for love, but I won't do that. There would have been no question about it.
What? Lie to the
But Jimmy
devil?
doesn't write like that.
Lie to
He says, I'll do
God.
anything for love. I'll do
Lie to
anything for love. I'll do
technology.
anything for love. I'll do anything for love. I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Oh, we're going to talk about
And
it
by the time
in
we
great
get to
detail.
the end of I won't do that, people forget the line, I'll never stop dreaming of you. So
I keep
that
thinking
cost me
somebody's
$100.
talking to me.
But lots of great success beyond. I mean, that must have been an incredible time. To
I
kind of
sure
go
would like to
back
get
and-
to work.
and be that, how many years
I
later.
sure would
yeah,
like to
because
see
on
us all
Bad at Hell, I
successful.
worked so hard.
I'd
and
like
it
to
took
fire
10
these
months to break it.
fucktards.
And with the help of Lou Adler again,
It's Memorial Day
and with the help
weekend.
of, I had two really dear friends who were on Saturday Night Live, John Belushi and Gilda Radner,
Yep.
who lobbied Lorne Michaels, who was another one of those that hated the record. And so eventually, the next to the last week of Saturday Night Live, Lorne had given up and just went, okay, put him on. And so we went and we did All Revved Up first. And I was in character. And I came charging at the camera at the end of the number. And then on 2 out of 3, we did 2 out of 3. And the next week, there was a DJ in Buffalo by the name of Sandy Beach. And in the lyric of 2 out of 3 is the line, Sandy Beach. So he put it on. But really, it started growing in January at the CBS convention when the president of CBS, Walter Yetnikoff, saw me live and said, why are we not working this record? And he started giving out the signal to everybody, you either work the record or you don't work here anymore. And you can't ask, he could get away with that. I couldn't. But it was really Saturday Night Live that broke the record.
That's great. And the world caught on right after that, so no problem.
Yeah, they finally got it.
They got it. You know, in addition,
Only took them 10 months, but they got it.
They got it. In addition to your successful singing career, you've also been a very successful actor. You've been in so many great films and television shows. Loved you in Fight Club. What was it like? Yeah.
You know, it's really funny. I love Fight Club. One of the main reasons is I hardly ever spend any time in my trailer. Because I sat on what they call Video Village, where the director looks at these little TV screens, and sit as close to David Fincher, the director, as I could sit, because I've directed 4 videos, and since then I've actually taken over a movie I was in, which was freaky. But I watched him. But I could not tell you a single thing about that character. I gave him a backstory, and my agent says that you're the only actor I know that will give a character a backstory before you ever go into audition. I've never seen any actor work so hard on anything as you do. And that's how I've lived my life. Back playing football in high school, I was the meanest kid in the team, even though I wasn't.
I'm like, you're so nice. How could you be
I was
mean?
nice then too. But if that
Tag
coach
Hell
didn't blow
Beast
that
and
whistle,
Bat Out of
somebody was
Hell.
going down. I got yelled at a lot.
So Fight Club, you had a backstory. It must have been pretty crazy, that backstory.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was, but I can't remember it to save my life. I don't know anything about it. But the film that I'm most proud of is a film called Focus with Bill
Tag
Macy and
Focus.
Laura Dern, written by Arthur Miller.
Major
And
code.
Arthur Miller wrote Streetcar Named Desire, Crucible. Death of a Salesman, goes on and on and on. Well, he wrote a movie called Focus.
Right.
And I got to be in it. And one day, Bill Macy and I had this scene. It was a 2-day scene. And I get there probably 8 o'clock. And I'm sitting in my chair, it's like this. And somebody comes and sits next to me, and I didn't really pay any attention to it. And I turned around and I looked, and it was Arthur Miller. And I freaked out totally and picked up my chair
That's
and
how
moved
it
it down
works.
the street and hid it behind a tree. And the first AD had already seen me there, and he goes, "Where did Meat go?" And I looked around and go, I'm down here. And so when I got up to Bill Macy, I leaned over and said, you know Arthur Miller's here? He goes, yeah. I said, yeah. And he goes, look, you know what you're doing. Forget he's here. Let's do our scene. Bill and I had talked about it. The whole thing about you don't talk to actors. If you're a young actor, don't believe that. Every movie
Boy,
I've ever
don't
done,
trust anybody, right?
before I've done scenes,
Tag at me.
always talk to the other actors.
Sure. Well, you got a little starstruck there. I saw just a clip that went viral recently, or uncovered, was James Corden, a young James Corden, interviewing you.
We
He was
know
like a
James
kid,
Corbin.
and now he's a big television host. Do you remember that?
I know I don't remember it all. I only saw it yesterday.
That's because they just
It was
made
by
it. They
accident.
can merge footage together.
And now
There's
he's
your
a big host. It's kinda
technology.
crazy.
Yeah.
And you were also in the celebrity.
And he was a kid
He
too.
was a kid. He was a kid.
Oh,
He's
man,
still
he
a
was
kid.
Really a kid. I couldn't believe it. But
He
I
can't
must
be
have
more
really
than in
enjoyed
his
it because I
40s.
looked like that I was having fun with.
You did, yeah. He was such a natural. He was a natural host.
Carpool
Question for you.
karaoke.
You were also in the
Tell me
Celebrity Apprentice with
Meatloaf did
Donald Trump. We
carpool
are seeing Donald Trump
karaoke.
everywhere now. Do you,
Well, you know,
Or is
I'm
it
gonna-
coming
I'm
up?
gonna
Do I
use
get to
this.
ride in the back seat or
In
the
the
front
words
seat?
of Dolly Parton, America has a great system, and they will make the right decision.
Sure thing,
Tag
sure
it.
thing. Okay, I want to ask you one last question.
They're
Do you
laying
have a
their plan out in
philosophy,
front of the
on
world.
life by which you live?
Protecting names,
You
creating other
and try to
stories, and
improve
getting
yourself
ready to take the
and
reins.
learn something. I mean, really learn something, not just like how to spell a word, but really
How in the
learn
world could I act
something
surprised when it
every day.
happened and I ignore it?
And
See, that's what's
I'm
funny,
really
isn't it?
into, I can't think of the word. I mean,
He's
you
getting
know,
choked
getting old
up.
is not for wussies. Let me tell you.
No, I mean, yeah.
Um,
You're a busy guy.
Uh,
But learn something new every day. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. And I think that, you know, whatever age you are, you can achieve that. No problem.
yeah. Oh, it's easy.
Even if
And I
you're an
always-
85-year-old Elvis.
every film I do, I try to learn something.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry,
Not
84.
only before we start the shoot,
Oh,
but in every
no.
scene.
Guess what we learned
And
about the age 84 and
It's a
life
very
charting?
interesting thing. Whenever I'm shooting a film in rehearsal,
Tag.
I see all the cameras.
So
and
we
lights.
would have
When the director yells action,
January, hang
they're
on,
all gone.
8th,
I can't explain that. It's just me
Nine.
and the person that I'm doing the scene with.
19,
And if I
35.
if
Is
when
that
we do the
right?
scene and
January
you're still
8th.
there,
I'm going to
and
have
the-
to
the
bet that's
director is
right.
Cut, I'll
Okay.
say, let's do it again.
If that's the
And they'll go,
birthday
What?
that they
I say, let's
claim.
do it again. Now you're rolling. You're ready. Go.
Plus,
And he goes, oh, okay.
or
And
wait,
they do.
no, it's
And
got to,
then this
no,
camera,
no,
and he
it's
goes,
got to
Are
be,
you happy now?
this is how the equation
They're
has to
usually
read.
very condescending.
I did it wrong.
Happy now?
Okay,
I go,
it
"I'm
needs to
fine."
be
Well, we look forward to seeing
20,
you on the screen again soon. Before we
20
go, I would love to throw out some questions for the fans.
minus
Ask you. You have a few extra minutes. We have some fans out here.
1935.
With the microphone.
Am I doing all right? Hang on.
You're my awesome.
1,
Of all the songs
8.
you do, which one is your personal favorite to perform?
Well, it's already past January 8th. Okay, so
Well,
we're already in
my personal favorite to perform,
halfway through.
but I
All right.
can do it very often, is Crying Out Loud.
So
And
technically,
that one. But
he would be beginning his
I might
85th
talk
year,
about it a little bit before we start to sing it.
January 8th,
You
right?
will always see me
20
drop my head.
and
and have a
65.
trigger.
Yeah, that's
Every
right.
actor has a trigger.
That'd be his
Helps
85th cycle.
Put him in his character.
And like we
And the
learned
trigger for that is I tap on my leg.
by
And it puts me in the character.
84
And then it does.
year
I start
cycle,
And then
many
you hear it live. And every time I go to
folk
I start
feel as if they
hold back.
have
I'm like a
seen it all.
in order. And
Now, he, and I'm going to put Osiris because he looks like fucking hell beast.
And I just start singing. I'm crying. Eventually I'll stop.
Osiris or hell beast promised
I just want to
he
say that
would
had you listening to
keep
music since I was born.
it
So thank you for that.
interesting.
So I just wanted to know, the music industry is always changing. So where do you see it in about 10 years?
Running the world?
I have no idea.
Hey.
The music
Wait a
industry
second.
lost me about 10 years ago. What's going on now? I have no clue.
You do too,
All
have
I
a
know
clue.
is that I went in to deliver with Jimmy and Paul Crook, who produced it, the best album that we could do. And there were parts, like on Going All the Way, where I shot up the octave. And then when Carla came in and went high.
Oh, and you know what? Remember this.
It didn't sound right. And so I spoke to Jim, and Jim said, listen, do not be afraid of your low voice. Your low voice is really good. Do not be afraid of it. So I went with Jimmy, and I think people expected, a lot of people expected when they saw Jim Stone and Meatloaf, that what they were going to get was Bad in Hell or Bad 2. But we made a conscious decision that no, not going to happen. And so, and the album, I know the album was meant to, in my mind, not be broken into tracks at the start, and to go straight through. But with iTunes, you had to break it into tracks.
Oh, iTunes got in trouble too,
it is
didn't
a
they?
symphony, and you have to listen to it that way.
Them making the profit instead of y'all?
I think we have a full album.
Fuck
listen, right?
that.
All right, we have one more question in the crowd.
Oh, sorry.
Hi. What's your name?
Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
You and Jim are both extraordinary contributions together in collaborations, especially the art of a long song that was on 5 minutes.
Back in the day, DJs loved us. The rock DJs, because they said, we love playing your songs. We can get up, we can go get some to eat. We can
Oh
go to
my
the
gosh,
bathroom,
weddings,
we can do all
parties,
this stuff. We got
car
we look at the
rides.
clock, we go, oh, we still got 4 minutes left. Okay.
Whatever.
She might see you both
Some of my
collaborate together, even for a few seconds on a
favorite
were we
times.
or
No.
I can't even leave my home. Whatever.
The last time you saw me and Jim together,
Oh, I
was
don't
when
think
he
it's
was
gonna
inducted
last
into
long.
the Songwriters Hall of Fame, which I was over the moon about.
My pleasure.
Which he deserves. I think he's one of the top 10 writers in history. And I'm talking about Mozart, Richard Wagner, Jim Steinman.
There you
I
go.
think McCartney and
Tag
Lennon
the
fall into that
maestro.
category as well. But I'm talking about through history.
No, I'm
Steinman.
talking about these dudes.
People don't really understand.
Twins, triplets,
He's
one
given-
single, one acting out 3 roles. I don't care.
Completely get it. I understand it.
Elvis
It's
and Sandro are
so
kin.
deep and so
It's somebody's kid.
deep, just
Or them.
mind.
Why couldn't it be all of them?
And then when you go to do me doing it in characters, it
And they'd know
becomes
all
that
their
more
friends, and their
complicated.
friends would know everything, and
Well, we're
they'd
very
pull
lucky to
all
have
their
both you and Jim
resources
on a
and
brand
say,
new
let's
album,
saddle up.
Braver Than We Are, out Friday.
Oh,
Thank you
braver
so
than
much,
we are.
Meat.
Tag it.
So lovely to have you here.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Meatloaf doesn't dimensionalize anything.
It's a story bigger than life, and the emotions are bigger than what you normally feel when you hear music. And he had an aura about himself, you know. You knew the guy was going to do something. he fills a room. I mean, there's not anywhere in the audience that doesn't get the passion.
There's more than one of him
his
too, and
performance.
that's something.
He's the ultimate romantic. He's the ultimate Don Quixote, living his life hoping that love will come his way and that it'll be the real thing.
It was a left of center show. A fat guy in a tuxedo with Betty Boop and hamburger helpers.
He's having the bumpiest figures in rock history.
Here, I'll
He keeps
tell you
on
what. Watch this.
going down the mountain, but then he climbs back up, and it has never killed him.
I think he'll be performing and singing and entertaining until he just physically can't anymore, which I think won't be for a long time.
Meatloaf on Biography. Bat Out of Hell was a sonic ode to teenage lust that turned supersized singer Meatloaf into the most unlikely of rock stars.
How many singers at the time looked like that and wore a tuxedo? It was like the circus.
There are some people that will say, even now, that it is metal. And there's other people that say, no, it's all rock opera. It is its own entity. And that's what makes it so great.
He's really the creature that came from the lagoon onto FM radio.
The album spawned rock's most successful franchise. The original 1977 release with worldwide sales of 30 million is among rock's biggest sellers. Out of Hell 2, released in 1993, was also a huge hit.
The remarkable thing about Bat Out of Hell, even the first one, was that somewhere in the world it was on the charts for like 15, 20 years straight.
Fucking right.
It isn't a legacy. It's a thing that's still alive.
Now it's 20 and back.
Provided the voice to
40
Bat Out of
years.
Hell.
Oh,
But
let
its
me
words and
tag
music
it.
were the creation of New York songwriter Jim Steinman. The two formed a tight creative bond in the mid-1970s as they struggled to turn their vision into a reality.
Instant fate. They're locked. It's an amazing, amazing relationship.
Meatloaf was Frankenstein. It was the physicality of the beast. The conception came from Jim Steinman. So he was Dr. Frankenstein. And then he created songs,
That'd be
and persona
Frankenstein.
with which Meatloaf was able to exist.
Though forced into the shadows as they were on the cusp of fame, Steinman always acknowledged that Meatloaf was a magical messenger of his music. And in 2004, they began making plans for a final installment of Bat Out of Hell.
Jimmy wanted to do a Bat 3. And I think it needed its conclusion. And I think Jimmy's had it in my head that 3 was the conclusion. I never had any intention of ever doing it without Jim Steinman. And I told him I never would.
The plan was that it had to be a trilogy, much in the same way that George Lucas, he had to finish, Star Wars Episode 3. It had to be done, no matter what.
Millions of fans had waited more than a decade for a Meat and Steinman reunion, but they'd have to wait just a little bit longer. During pre-production, Steinman's health halted the project. Meat was faced with an agonizing decision: ground Bat or continue without its creator.
The music was incredible as always because it's Jim. And unforeseen strokes and heart attacks really caused everyone to step back, give Jim some time. And then there was an issue with Jim and me about what the right time was.
I'm sitting here looking at my age, and I'm sitting here saying to myself, in 1986, we came to the conclusion we were going to do Bat Out of Hell 2. 1986. Came out in 1993. 7 years. I don't have 7 years. And I don't believe Jimmy thought he had 7 years. If I wait, it's not going to get done. And Jimmy's health was very bad. And I think he was more afraid of his mortality at that time than I was.
Meat
Where you going, Sam?
without Steinman.
All right, I'll see you
Joined
tomorrow.
forces with
All
songwriter
right,
and producer Desmond Child.
So it became a very selfish decision on my part. And it was selfish.
And it was about, okay, if we're going to do it, I want to do it.
I think the challenge for Meatloaf on Bad at Hell 3 was, could he channel Steinman along with a few Steinman songs? And that's rough.
When I heard that Steinman wasn't going to be producing Bat Out of Hell 3, I knew that it was my calling to do it.
With Desmond, you have someone that understands opera and Broadway and rock and pop, and he moves the record from the bombast that you expect with a Bat Out of Hell to orchestral bombast.
The only reason we're not running away is because there's nowhere to run. Oh, great. Okay, I'm done. It's been real and it's been really fun. It really has. We're after 4 hours, and you know, I've got this fine smoky bowl here that has not seen any love. And my dear friend Sam has already left, but you know, it's really about him and Joe getting to spend their time. I don't need to be the girl on the couch serving tea and crumpets or taken away from what I need to do, and they accept me for who I am, and I wanted to be here. So thank you once again, and it's so much easier this way. And the numbers will increase, and one day it'll all be known. But for now, it's our mystery. Take it or leave it. And I hope you accept it. So I'm out from the third cosmic ray in Sue's world. And we'll talk this weekend. Have a great night.
Meatloaf made a weighty impression on rock and roll in the late 70s.